You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, October 2nd, 2022, Sunday night, 11 p.m. I am thrilled to be here. Today we're going to play something a little bit unusual. We'll spend a bit of time in the beginning just talking and catching up, though. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to do today. I don't remember how long ago it was, but several months ago, maybe even a year ago, one of the early viewers to the channel, a person by the name of Qwerty, said, "Hey, I'm working on a little mystery game. Do you think you might play it? It's in 3 parts. We just finished part 1. And I said, sure, we'll play it on the channel. And recently, he let me know in the Discord channel for this YouTube channel, hey, we finished it. Do you still want to play it? And I said, absolutely, I'll play it. But are you sure you want me to play it on the channel? This person, Qwerty, I don't know much about this person. You know a little bit the fact that he's going by a nickname. His co-designer on this is someone with the nickname of Rocket. I know these are 2 students. I don't know their background, but I said, look, you know, if we play it, we might have some harsh criticism, whatever. He said, I work at McDonald's, criticism is my daily life, something along those lines. So this is going to be, you know, the first experimental design of someone just getting their toe into the hobby. 2 friends in school taking a stab at this genre, which is a pretty bold thing to do. And I have a special soft spot in my heart for friends who are collaborating on a project. It's quite a magical thing. It is not easy to do. I'm not particularly good at it. It takes some special skills. So we're going to play this game, which is kind of a print and play, but it has to be played online. It's sort of a Google Doc, and it has something where you go and you have to enter some code somewhere. So we're going to play it on the tablet. I'll split screen it. I'll have a keyboard. We're just going to play it and see what it's like. But we're going to play it as our first sort of experiment with providing constructive criticism. So we're going to treat this session like a playtesting session. And I actually always enjoyed, when I was in graduate school, running a talk where someone would bring their work and looking for the parts that were good and interesting. So I think as long as that's our focus, we can do something useful here. And I think maybe that is a good jumping off point to talk a little bit about the general nature of doing these playthroughs and reviews, talking about games on this channel. And I occasionally hear some YouTuber, like, let's talk about the different ways that the YouTube board game reviewers view their role, right? So I've talked about Jason from Shelf Story saying the YouTube board gamers are influencers. They're not real journalists. They're not real reviewers, and they're influencers, and they're just trying to spread the happiness of the hobby. And I've seen plenty of YouTube board game YouTubers like Jesse at Quackalope, who ends his videos like the most important thing is getting new people into the hobby and go get game. And I guess from my perspective, I don't care about getting new people into the hobby. Stay out of the hobby as far as I'm concerned. That's not I have no ulterior goal to get broader acceptance of board games or get more people into the hobby. I'm in this for myself and connecting with my people and people that I enjoy talking to, but I have no abstract concept of there being some goodness for more people being in the hobby. From my perspective, when I talk and review a game, there are a couple of things that I'm interested in. The main one is just figuring out what I think about it. I find that, you talk about a movie, you're talking about a board game, especially if you're talking to someone who's also engaging you in this back and forth. Part of what you're doing is sort of exploring your thoughts and ideas, and that's a way of figuring out what you really think and why. So there's that. That's a very selfish thing. And figuring out sort of game design issues. I'm sort of interested in why did something work? Why was the game fun or not fun? I find that that's a surprisingly opaque question when you play a game. Why was it fun? Why was it hard? Why was it interesting? Or why wasn't it? Another reason that you sometimes review a game, I sometimes think about in the back of my mind when I'm reviewing it, is speaking to a potential person who might purchase the game and trying to give them some useful information about whether the game is for them or not. So when I'm harsh on a game, it's mainly because I'm trying to tell someone, you probably don't want to spend your money on this. And then the other reason is sometimes to give some constructive feedback to a game designer. So that's what we're going to focus on for this session. And this would be a good time to remind you that I don't take anything from any game publishers or game designers. I buy the games we play, or on a rare occasion, one of the viewers has sent me in a game, and I think you should. I've talked in other videos about why I think the model where game publishers are sending free games and paying for previews is not a healthy model for the YouTube board game scene. Although I don't accept Patreon, I encourage you to find the YouTube board gamers who do, support them directly, and wean them off getting publisher money and free games. Okay. What else do we need to talk about? So we've set our expectations very low for this game. I'm going to be playing a lot of games in October, so feel free to step out of this one and choose your battles, decide whether you want to play this here. I have no idea the difficulty level of this game. Qwerty has at times said it should be very easy, and there are 3 parts, and he thought maybe a half an hour per part. Hour and a half. It feels to me like it's going to take us longer, as it always does, but I really don't know how long it's going to last, how difficult it's going to be, and what kinds of troubles we're going to hit. Normally, if I'm asked to edit or proof something someone's read, my general requirements are that if they want me to look deeper than the spell checking, then they have to do that spell checking first. I get a little bit irritated if someone's like, here's this thing I've written. Don't pay any attention to all the grammar errors and the spelling errors. I want feedback on the bigger picture stuff. I kind of feel like my father used to do that with his writing, and I kind of feel like, no, you got to do that first level. You have to have the discipline to edit it and proofread it yourself and fix those surface level things if you want me to be able to pay attention to the higher level stuff. But we're going to be a little more generous here. And, even the published games we've played have typos and mistakes. So we're going to try to be constructive here. Okay. What else should we catch up on in the chat? Whoops, I've rearranged my buttons a little bit. Jonathan says, looks like the Hunter-Killer boxes have arrived. Okay, so Jonathan spotted that right there is the Blair Witch season 1 through 6. I thought we'd play that on or around Halloween. Maybe we'll do it in a marathon session of one evening, 8 hours, or we'll do it one per day over the course of a week, something like that. But it has that sort of creepy factor that I thought might be good for Halloween. If we can get our hands on one of the Deadbolt Mystery Society games, we might play that too. The fourth case in the Cold Case Investigation Unit game is due to arrive on Tuesday. We really liked the first 3 cases. We'll play the fourth case maybe this weekend, maybe Friday, and then I'll review the entire series in a spoiler-free review. I've got another couple videos that I want to put out in the next week or so, another sort of top 5 review of mystery games of a certain type. That'll leave that to be a surprise. But I also have to do some videos of these new OBS plugins that I've written, and I'm anxious to make videos of. All right, what else do we need to talk about? I'll give you a little update on the yard sale. So this weekend we had a yard sale, building wide. My friend Rebecca, who lives a couple blocks down, she started this whole thing with this yard sale, and it's become a sort of tradition every year. Mostly we do it at her place. Sometimes we do it at my building. And we just try to make it a fun experience. I'm in it to get rid of some junk, but mostly just to interact with people and have fun and be a little weird. I think the world needs a little more weirdness. And this year, as I showed you on the last stream, I made a little table for board games that I had played and reviewed on the YouTube channel. And I made up a little sign saying limit 1 per customer, and said, you know, as seen on YouTube and whatever. And the reason I said 1 per customer is because one of the earliest yard sales we had, I sold a bunch of my records, and this record store owner came in early before we even opened, and he got 20 records, and he was just in and out and got them to resell. And then in the rest of the yard sale, I was selling 1 record at a time and getting to talk to people about the records, you know, and how much they meant to me and how much they meant to them. And that's to me the fun part. So ever since then, I've been very picky about selling stuff. Anyway, so I got to talk to some interesting people over the course of the sale buying the games. And I met up with a guy who has a YouTube channel called Mystic Eye, I believe, Mystic Eye Games. Dave, who's nearby in Illinois, and he came in and we traded some games. I gave him Merchants and Marauders, and I got Le Havre and a couple other things. And we just talked about the craziness of YouTube. And I met a local game designer here. There's actually in Champaign quite an active design organization called Kudo Plays. They run design contests every year. You know that I've been working on a detective campaign game a little bit, sort of epic, big, long one. And so I need to start getting more involved in that. And I met a guy, Jeff, who won one of the competitions. I believe Globe Trotting was his game, which kickstarted successfully. And I talked some people out of games. There are a couple of people who picked up Legacy of Dragonholt, and they're like, okay, ready to buy it. And I was telling them about it. They're like, oh, no, not quite for me. And same thing with Dune House Secrets. I talked to a couple of people out of that. I talked to a couple of families who bought Pandemic Hot Zone. I was like, you know, try it. If you like it, you got a whole world of Pandemic ahead of you. And then someone came and bought Legacy of Dragonholt, said, yeah, I watched you play through this, so that's why I've come to get it. So it all worked out well, and it was fun. Okay. Anything else in the chat to talk about? Oh, these high school kids came, And they were like, "Oh, you got a YouTube channel. What is it?" And they're like, "Is it any good?" I was like, "No, it's not good." And they all got a good laugh out of that. But it was fun. All right. Anything else in the chat to talk about before we get started? I hope everyone's well. And again, like I said, choose your battles this month because we'll be playing a lot. So if you don't want to stay for this one or stay for a little to see what it's about, but feel free to leave early. Anything else in the chat anyone wants to talk about before we get started? Let me bring my keyboard over here. I hope that my new OBS plugin, which is swapping the screens, is going to put... So for me, I've got the chat on the left. You should see it on the right if all went well. I sold at the yard sale one of my Sherlock Holmes mugs to a gentleman who was buying a Joan Didion book. And we were talking about how the cup will probably help him solve mysteries in his own life. And about the movie Cold Weather, which has a similar type scene that I really loved. Jonathan says, posted on the Guild the 31 Years of Silent Horror list, if anyone is interested. Interesting. So the Guild, Jonathan Warner is talking about, in case you don't know, Board Game Geek lets you create a little guild, which is a small forum section for various groups or organizations, and there is one for this channel. Mainly, we discuss what games we're going to play next and when. You can find a link to that under the YouTube community tab. And if you want to help decide what games to play, please do stop by. Matt says, I enjoyed the Carta Ventura playthrough you did a couple months ago. Any plans to do any more of those? That's a good question. I actually bought Carta Ventura for my little niece. I haven't heard anything back about it. The reason we played that Carta Ventura is because I think it's above me on the it's on the shelf somewhere. I'm looking for it now. I don't see it. I think it's over there somewhere, maybe out of view. The reason I played that one is because Marco Arnaud, what's his last name? Marco Omnigamer, one of the YouTube channels I really like, possibly one of my one or two top favorites. He recommended that one we played, Lhasa, more than the other. So that's why we play with that one. But there's a third one that's come out or is coming out that I don't think he has reviewed. So I would absolutely play that one again. That was a pleasant surprise. We do have a couple more cold case games to get through, though. We've got a Cryptic Killers game, Death of a Microbiologist, Marine Biologist. A couple more. So we're going to try to get through a bunch in October. I'm looking forward to it. I realized, you know, the yard sale is such an extroverted thing. You're talking to people. All I was thinking was, I can't wait to get back and do more live streaming. There's something, it's like a sickness. There's something very weird about it, but it is comforting in a way. And I missed you guys. I missed playing and talking. All right. If there's nothing else, we will jump into this. All right, anything more we need to say about this? Just that our expectations are low and we're gonna try to be constructive. If you decide to stick with me for the whole thing, try to keep in mind how we can give them some constructive feedback. All right, let's see if at least we've got the technology to play this game and go through it together. Okay, so can you guys read this okay? It's on the right side of your screen, is that right? So it's on the left side of mine, I'm looking at it. So hopefully it doesn't look like I'm looking in the wrong direction. It says, Bad War, Good People. Not made by a formal mystery writer, just two doofuses known as Qwerty and Rocket with a lot of time in their hands. This mystery will compose 3 boxes, which is organized into 3 Google Docs. Each box will allow you to gain more evidence on your quest to catch the murderer. The answer will only be revealed in the 3rd and final box. Codes and locks are going to be part of this game, and we will be using links to a coding site called Replit for the solving of locks. If your answer is correct, a new doc link should be presented. Enter hint if you need some help. If a clue doesn't make sense to you just yet, try to connect it with information from another box, especially the codes. They are meant to be solved with later information. Okay, so this is sort of important for us, that when we get to certain things that we need a code to open, we may not be able to open it yet. We may not get information to do that until later. That's a little weird. I did open one of the sites, one of these sites, to make sure it worked on this mobile web browser. And it did, and we can talk about that when we do it. Okay, it says, now prepare to dive into the land of bad war, good people, where there's a war a-fighting and a murderer a-killing. Okay, a little lighthearted about war and murder, but we'll see. Okay, and then it's got links to the other boxes. They're called boxes, but they're set up as Google documents. Okay, so here's our little intro. Bob Investigations. Dear Detective, we at the agency just got a new case that came in yesterday. Silas Durman, a merchant living in the Shangri-La Hotel in the country of Kang, has been found shot dead in his room. The police of the town have been mailing us different documents and whatnot to solve this crime. I hope you're up to the challenge, Detective. Don't disappoint me. Oh, one last thing before you start. Your objective is only to find the killer. You shan't not get involved in other businesses that would help either side in the conflict. Little typo there. There's been a war criminal named Blitzrunner running around lately, but we must keep our neutrality. Okay, I like this framing, don't get involved in the war. I like that sort of, it's almost like a film noirish feel, like they're bad guys, good guys, but we don't concern ourselves with the morality of that. We've got our job to do. Okay, and now we've got immediately a list of suspects. Let me see, is my mouse not working now? I could use the mouse. I would rather not have to do it all by keyboard. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So I don't know if we're going to need to take notes on this. I do have my pad of paper if we do. Let's take a look. Suspect 1. Suspect 1 of what? Let's look at this again. A new case. Silas Durman, a merchant, has been found shot dead. Okay, let's just take some notes here. So we've got our victim, Silas Durman. He's our victim. Shot dead in room. Okay, fine. And then there's a war criminal named Blitzrunner. All right, suspect 1, Chloe Ding. Shangri-La hotel owner. Okay, the hotel owner where this guy was found. Note, she gave me lots of details about the day of the death. They were all having breakfast on 3/2/1912. Okay, so this is set in the past. I don't know if this is European date notation yet, but we're set in 1912. The date of the crime. Okay, so 3/2/1912 is the crime. She said all suspects on this list were there. They heard a gunshot sometime around 8:30 and found the body together. Okay, so 8:30 gunshot heard. And they were all together. Okay, suspect 2, Andy Hown, Shangri-La chef. Told me the same story as Chloe. Polaris was performing and he was serving. He's been working for the hotel way before the war started. His soup tastes smashing. Okay. And then we've got the performer, Polaris Soon. She's an opera singer. Or he's an opera singer. He said he's been working for the hotel the past yearish. That's when the war started. Strange. Okay. Ethan Lee. Occupation unknown, a resident of Shangri-La. I talked with him about the crime, said he's been at the hotel for 3 days. He's definitely hiding something, not sure what. Suspect 5, Timing Hu. unknown Shangdilla resident. He's extremely quiet. I haven't seen him much lately. All he told me so far was he came and checked in 2 days ago. Okay, so we've got all these hotel guests and workers. Then we could use an extra line break here. But victim, Silas Durman, a merchant, notes, I visited the crime scene and checked the body. A gun was definitely the murder weapon. 3 bullets across the body, all at different intervals. Not sure what that means, intervals. A few bullets also seem to be along the wall. Okay, so like spaced, like maybe a machine gun or something. The murderer definitely missed a few times. Glass was also broken. Gunshots could definitely come from someone who shot through the window, though most of the broken glass shards were on the outside of the room. Something fishy is going on here. Okay, I like this. I like this setting of little details of bullets being a little confusing. So shot 3 bullets in the body, but a few bullets missed and hit the wall. Glass broken, could have come from outside, but it looks like some of the glass blown outside. Okay, I like it. Okay, public area box 1 evidence, newspaper. Okay, so we've got a little newspaper here, 1912, mysterious murder. Okay, here's a newspaper article in the National Weekly about the murder. Let's read it. Murdering Shangdilla Hotel this Saturday. There was an early disturbance to the citizens living in the Qin-occupied country of Kang on March 2nd, 1912. A resident of the popular Shangdilla Hotel, Mr. Silas Durman, has been found shot dead in his room. The bullet was heard by a mass of other residents eating breakfast in the main lobby around 8:30. Okay, so it is 8:30 a.m. They're eating breakfast. Because of the timing of the bullet, or the gunshot, maybe we should say, and owing to the fact that most residents, although there's lots of bullets, must have been more than one gunshot. Because of the timing of the bullet, and owing to the fact that most residents were present and can become alibi for each other, a little awkward statement, it has been concluded that the shot has been fired by an outside individual. Though private investigators were called, it's not one shot, right? It's lots of bullets, lots of shots. Though private investigators were called in to investigate this affair, the details of this crime are not known to the public, but people have been canceling their stays at the hotel in wide flocks. A crisis like this, by the way, we should say, I don't even know if English is the native language of these designers. A crisis like this must be solved for the future of our hotel and how many people depend on us for their dinner, says Chloe Ding, owner of this establishment. It was a shock to be sure when we heard the bullet during our routine breakfast, said Andy Hown, chief chef of the hotel. Both residents, Tai Ming-Hugh, Ethan Lee, along with Polaris Soon, the entertainer, refused to comment. And then we've got another article here about Blitzrunner, the war criminal. Blitzrunner spotted. The criminal's days might be numbered. In other news, members of the Kin Public Security Division have started to make good progress on the search for Blitzrunner, who is still a free man. His days are definitely numbered, says Benjamin Chappell, the Kin spokesperson. Even though the Kin Public Security Division is working around the clock, another sign of the notorious criminal has been spotted on the outskirts of the town of Rutsport on 2/27/1912. Okay, so at least now we know it's month, day, year. So I'm going to make a little note here. Blitzrunner. Spotted Rootsport 2/27/1912. So 5 days earlier than our crime. This time smashing a railroad near the border that was used for shipping supplies to the Kin Army Thursday night, along with assassinating a military member in the town. Okay, we don't know how this guy is connected to our story. Okay, bye. There's another article in the paper. New innovations in the arms industry have released a new revolver called the Silencer. We have been around for the past 2 years, so you know our product works without flaw. It is a delicately crafted handgun that doesn't make noise when fired. You can identify our trusted brand by checking the end of your firearm. Our company always has a purple star at the end. So people were talking about the bullet. Maybe they only heard one gunshot. And the silenced gun fired the others, I wonder. Purple star at the end of the firearm means it was fired with a silencer. Okay. Have a rat infestation? Max Bruce and Aaron Wayne have opened their services to exterminate rats and other pests for the citizens of Kang. The two men are very experienced in this field, and their expertise together will help rid foul creatures from your home with haste and expertise. Please visit 78901 Caras Avenue to register your appointment today. Remember, you should be the only one living in your own home. TM. So if they've trademarked a phrase, you should be the only one living in your own home. I like it. Okay. Chloe's room, box 1 evidence, food distribution poster. Is Chloe one of our suspects? We should have written down. Maybe we will. Let's write down our people here. Okay, I'm gonna write on it in my book here instead of on paper. So we've got our first suspect, Chloe Ding. Let's go here and I'll write it down while I look. Chloe Ding, who's the hotel owner. And then I'll make a page for my next suspect, Andy Hown, who's the chef of the hotel. And then we've got Polaris Soon, who's the opera singer. Then we've got Ethan Lee, who's just a resident. Jonathan says, I'm going for the theory of a silencer. So Jonathan's already figured out. I mean, I do think it sounds like maybe it wasn't a typo. One of the fun things about when you find typos and mistakes in the games is it broadens the possibility of things. Whenever you read something, you're like, well, this must mean this, unless it was a game error, typo, mistake. In which case, I can't. So it makes things a little more fuzzy. Okay, another resident. All right, now we can go back. Maybe the one Jonathan says, maybe the one non-silenced shot was used to smash the window, since it seems that would also make noise. Yes, I think that's a good, that makes sense. That does make sense. Okay, let's continue here. So let's see. So in Chloe's room, the owner of the hotel, we found a food distribution poster. Let's take a look at it. Shangdilla Food Drive. Meet every Friday at 6 p.m. for our weekly food distribution event. We have more than 2,000 meals for all individuals who have suffered because of the war. Meet Chloe, the owner of the hotel, or Andy, the head cook, for more information. All this delicious food is for free. What have they got there? They've got some pomegranate. This looks like it's fish, maybe tuna, avocado, green apple, broccoli, a little eggplant here. Looks like they might be limes. Got a good spread. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's a piece of garlic with a long stem, ginger. Okay. All this delicious food for free. Andy is so nice for helping with the event every week, even though he doesn't have to. Says Chloe, I can't love him. What's happening here? She's writing on this, maybe? She writing on her own poster? Sounds like someone's writing. This is supposed to be handwriting. Annie is so nice for helping with the event every week, even though he doesn't have to. Chloe. But I can't love him. 229. 2/29, 1912. I can't love him. Presumably she's talking about the chef. Okay, on the back, oh, maybe this is saying this is on the back side of the poster. And then in Andy's room, we have a wanted poster. So on the back side of the poster, she wrote, I can't love him. Okay. In Andy's room, the chef, we find this. Okay, it looks like a little hand-drawn thing. Wanted, 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 dead or alive for crimes against the soldiers of Kin. Reward, 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 $10,000. Visit the Kin headquarters in the town square for your prize. And it's someone who's wrapped up in bandages except for a little star on their cheek. Okay. Goes by the name of Blitzrunner. Oh, this is our war criminal. So most of his face we can't see, except a little maybe tattoo of a star on his right hand. Maybe that's because he always uses a silencer. Okay. Goes by the name of Blitzrunner. Poster issued 2/28/1912 after the unjust attack on the railroads of Rustport. Okay, which we read about. Okay, and then Ethan's room. Ethan was one of our residents. He had a locked box. Okay, so let's see what this mechanic is. So I'm going to click on it. Now, I noticed when I did this before that it quickly showed the code that you didn't want it to see. Okay, so I'm going to do it like this. So what they've done here is, there we go. Okay, so for a moment you saw the code. What they've done here is they've used a little public site called Replit, which runs Python code. I believe that's that. Yes, made with Python, and there's Qwerty. And so when it's asking for information, they're using their own little custom Python script to check your answer. So it says, what is the password for Ethan's locked box? And we could type something like 1, 2, 3, 4, and we hit enter. It says, sorry, this is incorrect. And then we could type hint for a hint. Okay, but we don't really know what we would put here. And the game told us that we would often get things and we wouldn't know how to use them. We wouldn't know how to do the codes until later. So I'm assuming maybe that we're not supposed to know how to do this yet. So I'm trying to think. I can't go back. Is this open in a different page? A little hesitant. Let me see if I close this, what happens. Okay, so here we are. All right, so I think we don't have enough to open this yet. If we look at what we know about Ethan, was this in Ethan's room? Yeah. Oh, Andy's room. Andy's room evidence. Sorry. So that was in Andy's room. And then in Ethan's room, we have the locked box. So Ethan doesn't have anything about Blitzrunner. What do we know about Ethan? Occupation unknown. Talked to them about the crime. Said he's been at the hotel for 3 days. He's hiding something. I'm not sure what. Ethan Lee. And then we found his lockbox. Okay, so I don't think we have enough information to open that box at this point. It's a little weird about letting me page through it, but okay. Ethan's room, box 1, evidence. I think so. We're going to have to come back to this. So maybe we need to make a piece of paper here to keep track of things that we've skipped over that we're going to have to come back to. Ethan's locked box skipped. So we'll have to remember to come back to that. Okay, let's continue. Polaris room, box 1, evidence, diary. I think the part about like box 1 and whatever, I think that just means in this document. So we've got a diary of Polaris. Okay, let's read this. 11/1/1910, so 2 years ago. Dear Diary, today you are born. I bought you off an old woman. She was a kind lady who threw me a gold coin for my performance yesterday. Me and my Showtime brothers don't lack money, but the coins are definitely going towards the new studio on Lewis we want to buy. I'll try to write if I can. Dear Diary, I'm living out on the streets. I'm in shock. Soldiers are moving in from the Kin border and taking over Kang at a rapid pace. Our country doesn't run a strong military. Most of our money goes towards the people. I hear from gossip that this is because of the cruel and power-hungry Kin leader who had just become their ruler. But that's not all. All 15 of my Showtime friends and brothers have been massacred by the cruel Kin. Luckily, one soldier recognized who I was, the singer with the swan's voice, one of my mottos, and spared me, though I am now required to perform in front of them every week. Today, war has started on the new year. The opponent has no mercy. Well, that's pretty harsh. Dear Diary, I do think this diary format works well for wartime. It does really feel emotional. Dear Diary, I saw an ad for an opera singer at the Shangri-La Hotel. I immediately met up with the owner, Chloe Ding. I was the only one interested, so I was hired on the spot. Performing at the hotel amphitheater 6 to 8 p.m. every day really helped me escape life for a few hours. I can finally sing by my own free will. Dear Diary, I accepted. This is hope. I met up with him, and then a whole bunch of code here. So I think we're going to have to put in a note here when we put our to-do list. We've got a coded diary entry from Polaris 3/2/1911. So a year ago to the day. A year ago to the day. Interesting. Looks like a coded message with punctuation unchanged. Is it scrambled letters? No, not enough vowels. But the length of the words look normal. I see P, the letter P being used alone quite a bit. And you can see down here, P apostrophe T. If I had to guess, I'd guess the P is an I. That's why it's alone and capitalized. I, something, something, I, this, and this is probably I am. Or ID if I had to guess. You might guess that this might be the name of the war criminal, Blitz Runner. It's not enough letters, but perhaps we're only looking at consonants here. That's just as a lark. If we write Blitz Runner and we take out the vowels, that would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, an 8-letter word if we took out all the vowels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's 9. That's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I thought that might be it. but maybe this isn't someone's name. I met up with him, something. Well, let's come back to it. I wonder if the P is going to be an I even in mid-sentence. Probably. If the letter P is staying the same each for the whole thing, which it looks to me like it is because we keep seeing it standing alone, and that's an I, then we could fill in all these words with I's and each just try to figure out what each letter translates to. It looks like it might be doable. If you were doing code breaking, you might assume that other words you might be finding would be the name of the hotel, like the Shangri-La. Do we see any hyphens? Not really. Sometimes when you do a code, you get rid of such punctuation, but we do see some punctuation here. Shangtila, but that doesn't work for F. I met up with him, something no hyphens though for Shangri-La, and you might look for different names of people. There's a capital N, so that might be a proper noun, person's name. You can look at what names do we have that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters, and then the NL and ends in L, NL. NL. I don't see anyone that matches that. All right, we'll come back to it. We've made a note of it. Let's continue. Dear Diary, this is Polaris's diary. Dear Diary, I also received an invitation for the meeting, and I can't believe what happened. I can't find my invitation. Am I responsible? So this is 3/2/1911. Then a year later, and after the murder is on March 2nd, 1912. Here is 3 weeks later. I also received an invitation for the meeting, and I can't believe what happened. I can't find my invitation. Am I responsible? What's happening here? We're going back a month. We've got a 3/26 and then a 2/20. So 3/2/1911, and then we jumped ahead a year and 3 weeks, and now we've gone back a month. It's a little confusing. I wonder if this isn't a mistake. Dear Diary, I'm in shock, and then more coded messages. And then a quote. And another quote. Looks like this person's writing what these people said. Sounds like it's going to be kind of fun when we decode this to be able to do it. Look, Dear Diary, he died. What's going on with these things out of order? I'm not sure how we're supposed to take that. All right. And here we have the murder victims room. Box 1 evidence mission file. Mission 3672, Silas Durman, Kin Bureau of Spies and Agents. Mission: monitor civilian activities and reporters send a letter to the Kin headquarters in the area if important information has arisen. He will be staying in a room in the Shangdila Hotel. Arrangements have already been made with the hotel owner, Chloe Ding. Mission time frame 3/1/1911, however long needed. From March 1st to however long needed. Supervisor General Aaron Tesmond notes: Silas is a very qualified individual, having led multiple operations, including a frontal operation on Kang during the start of the war. And then more code. I know he will be a success in this mission. I get the impression that we're going to be given the way to decode this in one of the boxes, but it's almost a shame because with so much text and people's names and places that you might expect to come across, and if it's just a letter for letter, we should be able to figure this out just by the sheer amount of encrypted text. Just by guessing, like here's a single letter word with the W, you could probably guess, we could probably be able to figure out what some of these things say. This is an address or a number 3413. I wonder if that's if we've seen another 4-digit code. All right, let's just make a note. This is, what are we looking at here? Oh yes, Silas Durman. Now, is this a different code, do we think? Or do you see the we don't see the P's here in the same way, so maybe different code completely, but still maybe a letter for letter substitution. Okay, individual notes. This has been a bit bland compared to my other operations, but it's good to be out of danger of dying every other day. I'm probably not going to write much if nothing interesting happens. This sounds like might be note first from Silas. Aaron Tesman died. He was my mentor and friend. I think I need to help him discipline his daughter. He always wanted her in action. Is this the person? Let's see. We were told his mentor, weren't we? Yes, General Aaron Tesman is this guy's mentor. And now the mentor got killed. Interesting. I gave a fake report that X might have been part of the resistance, and they bought it hook, line, and sinker. I guess she didn't hide her anger well when she was forced to give one of her rooms for free to me. I got Audrey Tesman to act as X's double. I won't be so lonely anymore. Okay, so clearly they're talking about the hotel owner. Chloe is X. And he gave a false report that Chloe was part of the resistance. And then Audrey, the daughter, to act as X's double. I don't know what that, in what sense she's acting as a double, I don't know. Audrey doesn't want to talk to me. She told me to leave her alone and that I'd stripped away everything she loved back home. Then another coded message. There's a lot of coded messages here. And some numbers. Feels like we're at the end of this. I believe we're at the end of this document. It did say we might need future boxes to open previous ones, so that may just be setting the stage. Guess we're gonna take a little break here, but I'm tempted to try to decode these messages just based on sort of frequencies of stuff. Each box will allow you to gain more evidence on your quest. Answer in the third box, codes and locks. If a hint doesn't make sense to you, try to connect it with information from another box, especially the codes. They are meant to be solved with later information. Heard a gunshot sometime around 8:30. So you might, if you were trying to decipher stuff, like if they're trying to decipher the Nazi codes in World War II, sometimes they would even create events so that they would know that they would be reported back and look for those proper names. For example, they can intercept the encrypted traffic from submarines, right? From Nazi submarines. So they want to be able, they don't know what the message is going to be. They can read the encrypted parts. So they need to inject into the messages some known plain text, right? So they'll create an event on a specific island. And then when they get the encrypted messages, they know the name of that island where they dropped a bomb or whatever is going to be in this message, right? So they'll look for that. Or maybe they'll plant some fake documents on a body, and then they know that the commander for the Germans is going to have to describe the documents they found and encrypt them. So when they're looking at this encrypted text, they know somewhere in that encrypted text is going to be all of these details that they planted in the document. So it's a way of knowing what the plain text is. So in a similar way, we might expect certain things to have been reported in these encoded messages, like the time of the death, the name of the dead guy, the name of the hotel. So I was just thinking, like, do we have any... So you might imagine, just for by way of example, if this is trying to code 0830, that would mean the 3s are 0s. That would make some sense. 0830, but we don't have enough numbers to help us decode numbers. But if that's what it was saying, then you might say, oh, well, look at this. Here's capital F, capital Q. So is this going to be someone's name? S-I-L-A-S. What was his first name? Silas Durman. D-U-R-M-A-N. Well, the only trouble there, the letters count right, but that would make the V be different. Both these V's be different and different from this V. I don't like that possibility. QYGVQ. I might also look for doubles, so I don't love that. A double letter here, you might expect 2 O's, 2 E's. MH before 3413 could be at. I like that idea, that if we assume, and we've got all our evidences that a letter stays the same. So if this was AT, then you know this is an A, this is an A. You'd want to print these out and then write above them. But yeah, then you could turn every M to an A, every H to a T, and see if that makes sense. And then you might expect this 3-letter word starting with a T would probably be the. That gives you, well, then that would be an H. we think that's an A if that was AT. So that would have to be TA. TA something. And then ITA. Well, I suspect it's going to give us the way to decrypt this, which is almost a shame because it would be nice to figure out. MH could be is. If MH was is, then HM would be SI. SI is a little troublesome because the only thing that might be good for SI would be sit, sir. This proper noun of starting with an FQ seems like this should be someone's name. CHLOE. What's Chloe's last name? Ding. No, that doesn't work. I need a 6-letter last name. URMAN works, but then that part doesn't work. Matt says or two. TO. This would be OT. Hard to think of too many words that start OT, so that seems less likely. I think AT is our best guess here. So AT would be TA. Well, I don't know. It's kind of fun would be to try to decode this without reading any future information. Just putting it together, we should be able to. What I'm going to do is we're going to take a break now. I'm going to print this out in case we want to annotate above it. Jonathan says it could be on if that MH is on ON, then this would be NO, and now, that might be the word now, that would make S a W. Any other information? If S is a W here, does that help us figure out what this proper noun is? Not too many words that would work with that with a W. All right, well, let's take a break. We'll think about how we want to attack this, whether we want to spend some time on it just for the fun of it to see if we could break it without information, or if we just want to wait until we get the clues. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing through a little amateur detective mystery game written by two people, Qwerty and Rocket, who've asked us to play through it and give them some feedback. We're talking about decrypting some of the messages. I just printed out this first of 3 boxes so that we could take a look at it. If we're thinking about, I think the game is likely to tell us how to decrypt these messages later, but it is kind of fun to think about decrypting them on our own. If we were looking for plain text that we could find, Blitzrunner is one name. Obviously, the name of each of our suspects we might find in the encrypted text. We've got a bunch of them. The name of the hotel, the Shangri-La. Some dates we might expect to find. I was thinking, we do think this sniper weapon is involved, not sniper weapon, silencer. So you might expect to find not just the time of death, but maybe the silencer. So you might look for expect to find the word silencer. Purple star, that would be something that might be expected. There's this rat infestation. You might imagine if someone was doing something with poison or whatever, you might expect to find this information. The numbers are few and far between, so that might be a good, if we found a 5-digit number, we might map that, and that might let us decrypt some words. We've got the names of these people. We've got a kin spokesperson, Benjamin Chappell. It's easy to identify the capital letters, so that is promising. We got about this attack on Rustport. Reward 10,000. That might also be another number you might find. All right, so let's take a look at these. Our first encrypted message. Let's see if we can put that up side by side here. And you see that on the left hand of your screen, right? And I see it on the right. All right, so I was thinking the P is probably an I. We see it multiple places. And then this T would likely be something like I'm or I'd. There aren't that many choices here. Now, I suppose the first thing we might do, if this is true that the I is the P, is make sure this isn't a simple Caesar cipher where P goes to I, which means Q would go to J, and so on. So let's just do a quick test. It would be useful if I had like a little Caesar cipher dial, but I don't. So let's just do like P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. I'm just going to do, if P goes to I, J, K, L, M, N, O. T would go to M, so that would make this I'm. So I wonder if it's just that simple. So maybe we write it all out, and maybe it's as simple as saying that the P and I are our first letter. So let's see, A, B, C, D, E. I really need to get a little dial. J, K, L, M, N, O, P, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And we're saying the P goes to the I. And if that's so, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay, so if it's just this simple, F goes to Y, L goes to E, Z goes to S, A goes to T, L goes to E. Yesterday, it looks like it's saying. Y goes to R. Okay, so there's our first break through. It's just a Caesar cipher. So all we needed to do was to find the one correspondence, and we can break it. Jonathan says, continuing thought from previous comment though, is are we solving this before we should? Possibly, but because we can, I think we should. So yesterday, H goes to A, F goes to Y. So here we go. So yesterday, I, M, E, met. Yesterday, I met you. I met up. This is going to be with W. I'm with H. I met up with him. Boy, it would be nice if we had a little dial. At T H at the O L at the old. It's a lot to decode. You know what we need? We need a little website to do it now that we've, and it sure would be nice if I could select this text, but I don't think I can. Okay, so we know it's a Caesar cipher, and we know, where are we? Let's see. We know it's a Caesar cipher, and we know the offset, so it would be nice to be able to just copy and paste it in rather than do it by hand. A little slow with this keyboard too. So Ethan's room, we still don't know how to open, but the Polaris diary is where we got this from. Okay. Let's see. Will it let me select this? No, that's not really oh, I really wish it would let me select this because I don't want to have to type it in. What's the solution to that? If I turn off print layout. Oh, that's not very good. Let's try again. How are we gonna select this so we don't have to type it all in? Because we really don't want to type it in. Doesn't like scrolling with the mouse wheel either. There's got to be a way that we don't have to type it all in, doesn't there? If we go to print layout, I guess I don't need to go down to it. What will let me select? No, doesn't matter if we're on print layout or not. I know how to do it. OCR your printout. No, I think there's an easier way. If I can download it as PDF, save as. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take another quick break, or not so quick break. We're gonna take another 5-minute break where I'm gonna save this as to PDF, and so I can copy it so that we don't have to type in the whole code. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Obviously, a little bit of we're playing it by ear here. Jonathan has said he's leaving. Jonathan, thanks for stopping by. Okay, so I copied the cipher, the encrypted text of the different sections in box 1 to a different document. I brought up a little website for doing Caesar cipher stuff, and here's what we've got from that. So there's it says plain text, but I just put in ciphertext here. And here was our alignment of -7, which is gotten by just saying the I to P is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But because I use this as ciphertext, as plain text, it's just reversed. Okay, anyway, but here's the message. Yesterday I met up with him at the old abandoned high school. Thanked me for contributing to the cause. His name was George. He outlined my job when I performed for the kin generals. I would pay attention to what they would say, then write down anything useful I heard on a piece of paper, stuff it into the crack on the right wall of the hotel. He said someone would come and find it and would leave messages for me there. He also handed me a Kang encoder and kin decoder. I'm using the Kang encoder to write this message in case it falls into the wrong hands. Interesting. Okay, so we're told there's a Kang encoder and a Kang encoder and a kin decoder. And this is the Kang encoder, is what goes P with P to I, which was our -7 Caesar cipher. Okay, so, and he says, name is George. Okay, and this is the opera singer writing. So the opera singer has written another message here, which looks like it's using the exact same code system. So let's see if we can't now decode that same message. Let's see if I can do this without too much trouble. So I put it here. Here was their next message. It's a little harder with the tablet than it would be on desktop, but let's see if we can't select this message. Okay. And then here was our encryption thing. Let's see if we can do this. No. Okay. So if we use the same Caesar cipher, here it is again. Okay, so here's the second message. It was a normal day, singing for the kin. One new general came in and laughed. Lucky that Silas Thurman got us such a fine voice. The other generals laughed. He also found out about that resistance meeting. Another general piped up, killed that George guy, remember? I then heard him say, Silas Thurman resulted in the death of my brothers and George. I think I know who he is. All right, let's try to make sense of this. Unfortunately, what it would have been nice to do is save in a different document the decrypted. So let's try to do that. Just not used to doing this on a tablet. How do I tell it? Well, let's see if it copied it. Yes, okay, so let's do this one. We'll put the decrypted version of these in this document. Okay, it's a little awkward to do this on a tablet, but we're making do. So I'm just getting our translated versions of these in this document so we can refer to them better. Okay. Okay, so here was our first message. Yesterday I met up in the old abandoned high school. His name was George. He outlined my job. His job is to listen to the generals and report, and someone will come get the messages. And then later, this must be a typo, it wasn't really at 2:20, it was later in the month. He says he heard them talking and they killed George. And now this guy's saying, Silas Durman resulted in the death of my brothers and George. I think I know who he is. That's a little bit confusing. Or is he saying, I think I know who Silas Durman is? Is Silas Durman possibly our war criminal? Or is he saying, I know who he is, talking about someone else? I'm not sure. Let's go back to our document. This is just my document of the notes. So the other encrypted message we got was this one. This was someone else's code. You'll remember that was all the opera singer writing. So they had two encrypted messages. And then when we were in Silas's room, we've got two encrypted messages. One from the general about Silas. Okay, so it makes sense that we've got two sets of codes. One is written by the resistance and one is written by the kin generals. So Silas is working for the kin people, so he's using a different code than the opera singer. All right, so he's got one code here. And then another one here. And look at this, G apostrophe. This is going to be Ive. This is going to be another I. So there's our I to decode this one. So this is going to be I goes into a G. So that looks like a Caesar of 2. Let's try that. Let's try that. What document do we need? Okay, so the second set, and it looks like I didn't write down one of the encrypted messages. Let's just see if this one makes sense first. Copy. And then if the G does map to an I, it means that when we're here, if we put this in, and then if you use the resistance code, you get gibberish. But if we put in 2, oh, it doesn't work. 2 doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Did I get that wrong then? Is it -2? No. Let's see. G goes out. Well, maybe they're using a different code. But if G goes to I see. That's a negative 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like actually negative 5. No. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Our P went to I, which I did as a negative 7. How did I calculate that? P goes to I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and now we're saying G goes to I. That would be a 2. Should be a positive 2. Huh. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. That's not working. Is it not a Caesar cipher? It sure looks right to me. IVE, let me just write it down. If that's an I, then G goes to I, J, K, L, M. It would be fine if it didn't use a Caesar cipher. It might even be a little fun. So if G goes to I, and then my guess is that this is going to be VE. So P goes to R, and then V goes to X. Okay, so that's wrong. What do you think that means? Is it not a Caesar cipher, or am I wrong that that's an I? Surely that's I. But they could be doing something other than a Caesar cipher. It looks like it's again, the G's are going to be the same. This is a proper noun again. And here it is repeated. Same person's name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letters. And there's our double. Is it not? What did we say was Blitzrunner? UNNER 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's going to be Blitzrunner, surely. Let's make sure the double letters happen at the right place. BLITZRUNNER. So yeah, that's Blitzrunner. Okay. Now we've got a whole bunch of letters in correspondence that we should be able to find. So if it's a Caesar cipher, then the plain text B goes to a K. Let's do it this way. Plain text B goes to a K. Plain text L goes to an F. K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U. So that's not going to work. What if it's in reverse? E, F, G, H, I, J, K. No. Okay, so this is a more interesting code. It's not, if this is Blitzrunner, which this surely is, because theirs are double letters. It's not a Caesar cipher. It's certainly not a plain Caesar cipher, because our B plain text has to go to a K, but then our plain text L has to go to an F, and those are not the right distance from each other. Even if we go backwards, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, no. So something else is happening. It's not a Caesar cipher anymore. But what is it? Is it like a double-spaced Caesar cipher? Let's write down the letters for this. Let's try to do it a little more cleanly. I really wish I had better prepared for this, but okay, let's... I need some better scrap paper for this kind of thing. This is ridiculous, but this is what happens when your handwriting is not up to snuff. And you don't have some nice prepared sheets of paper. Okay, so Blitz Runner. B goes to K. L goes to F. I goes to G. T goes to an N. Z goes to a J. Here's our Blitz. And then R goes to an S. U goes to an X. N goes to an A. E goes to a V. R goes to an S, which we already knew. All right, let's take a look at this for a second. The E is shifting all the way over. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3. I mean, you almost got enough letters to figure it out just by writing stuff. We think the I, oh, we already knew I was going to G. So we could almost write this out here. So for example, FF is LL. We know the V is from an E. What kind of code is this if it's not a Caesar cipher? Here's another proper noun. I wonder if that's not our town of Rustert. What was the town's name? Rustport, Rustport, 8 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I wonder if that's not Rustport. P-O-R-T. Does that make sense? We've got 2 T's and I. No, that can't be right because we've got an I in there. Well, we know that's an E. We know the K is a B. We know the S is an R. There's another R. Something E-B-R blank R-I. Or R something. Proper noun. Something E-B-R something R. If this is a V and an E, it would mean V goes to P. Do we already know that? No. V goes to P. And E goes to V, which we already knew. Okay, well that gives us one more letter. This is an N. In is this going to be an I? In something? An E. Let's see what the chat says. Matt says this could be a normal substitution cipher, meaning we don't have any pattern to what letter goes to letter, or each letter has its own thing. 28NU may be 28th. I like that idea. That would be TH. So T goes, if that's true, T goes to N. We know that T already goes to N, but we didn't know what went to U. So we're going to say H goes to U. I like it. Now that we know H goes to U, that would make this a U. Then this proper word is UEBR. That's weird. Although it could be someone's name. I like the idea that's the 28th. Oh, it's going to be February. But that would make an F goes to an H. February. And, but yes. S, and then what goes to an I? I don't know. I bet that was February. Okay, that's what you were saying, February. But, and then we've got something wrong. What did I mistranslate? Oh, yes, because I did that the opposite way. Okay, so H goes to, well, H goes to U. Right, H goes to U, but not the other way around. Sorry. Okay, so we're saying H goes to U, N goes to, sorry, H goes to U, T goes to N. Okay, we knew that. Okay, and then this is going to be February. So we're saying F goes to H. That makes that Feb. And then we're saying U goes to W. But we have U going to X. Why do we have U going to X? Because of Blitz Runner. Feb. But FEB A FEBRUARY FEBRU. Okay, that's right, because we're saying that U goes to X. Sorry, I just didn't have it aligned right. And then, so we're saying A goes to W. And we're saying Y goes to I. Okay. February 28th. I like it. So now we have a lot of letters. We could probably do most of this now. February 28th. Is this going to be... I don't know what Q is. W going to A? We don't know. Sorry, A goes to W. I wonder if this is saw. That would say S goes to T. If that's right. S goes to T. And then A goes to W. And then does W go to Q maybe? I'm writing these in different, oh, sorry. I'm writing these in different rows in case I'm wrong about them. So I'm thinking this might be I saw something. We know T goes to N, and what goes to M? As far as we know, we don't know what that is. We know H goes to U, and we know E goes to V, he. And then again, we know H goes to U. A goes to W. We don't know what goes to E yet. E had or has. So either an S or a D goes to E. We know I goes to G, and we know T. So E had it, or had it. Had it. What about this? We don't know what goes to O. We don't know what goes to M. We know that V goes to P. We know that E goes to V. We know that R goes to S. E. We don't know what goes to E. Something verd. No, I goes to G. In. There's another N. Goes to A. What do we think goes to W? A. A goes to W. What goes to Q? We think maybe W, W. Maybe that's wrong. No, A goes to W. Wow, look at this. Double Q and a double Q again. What word is that? That's an I. That's an N. Assassin. A-S-S-A-S-S-I-N. So S goes to Q, not T. S goes to Q. Okay, so there's assassin. Something in an assassin on. So this is going to be on February. So O goes to M. On something in an assassin on February. Killed. Is that what this is going to be? Killed in an assassin on February. Okay, so K goes to O. I goes to W. We have I going to G. What did I do here? This is the problem with doing this if you get it wrong. L goes to F. E. Surely it's killed in an assassin on February 28th. But that would make W go to I, but we have something else going to I and something else going to K. Okay, it can't be killed, but it's something L. Okay, on the 28th. What goes to U? That's an H. What goes to V is an E. So doesn't that make you think that it's got to be T goes to N? Oh yeah, we already knew that. And the, okay, we don't know what goes to C, but we think an A goes to W, and an N goes to A. This could be man. M goes to C. The man I saw. But no, because we know S, it's got to be assassin. Unless it's not assassin. What else would have two double? I don't see any other. It's got to be that. Doesn't it? A, and if that was an S, A, S, I, D. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so S is Q. Sure, that's for sure now. A is Q. And then A goes to W, we knew, but now we know that I goes to G, we knew that, but D goes to E. Okay. D goes to E is said. Okay, so now that we know the E's are D's, we should be able to help us out a little bit. There's a okay, said he had it veered. Okay, what do we know goes to M? We think an O. Covered. There it is. Covered. So C goes to O. Good. He said he had it covered. He said something to said he had it covered. Okay. So C goes to O. That's called. Called in an assassin on February 28th. T H E, the man. Is this going to be? Do we already know that M goes to C? I'm thinking this is going to be the man I saw. The man. So then I think the M is going to go to C. Called in an assassination on February 28th. The man I... But we said S goes to Q, so that's not saw. What goes to T? We don't know what goes to T, but we do know that A goes to W. And we know S goes to Q. The man I was, could it be W goes to T? The man I was, and what have we got here? We know R goes to S. We know that E goes to V. We don't know what goes to Y. We think O goes to... What goes to S is R. What goes to N is T. What goes to G is I. What goes to A is N. What goes to B, we don't know. The man I was reporting, there it is. There's the P goes to Y. The man I was reporting to, that means G goes to B. The man I was reporting to said he had it covered. Called in an assassination on February 28th. The man I was reporting to said he had it covered. Called in an assassination or something else? Yeah, I do have graph paper. I'm going to go get some graph paper in a second. That's a very good point. Okay, but I think we have it now. Now we can do the rest. But boy, are we just shooting in the dark for these letters, or should we have been, is there some pattern? And yes, some graph paper would make this a lot easier. This is okay. I'm not going to worry if this stream is easy to watch. This is just me playing it. Let me get some, we'll take a 5-minute break. I'll get some graph paper. We'll write out our code as we know it and make it easier to decrypt. We'll write it out in the opposite direction. All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've lost everyone in my chat, so it's just me. That's okay. I'm having a little bit of fun with this decrypting. All right, so we've got our hand pieced together code substitution cipher, where each letter is matched seemingly without pattern, but is consistent. And now I'm just writing it in reverse, and I see I've already made a mistake of some sort. But I was doing here was plain text and encrypted, and now I'm just going to do it the opposite way to make it easier for us to transcribe. So an encrypted W goes to a plain text A, an encrypted K goes to a plain text B, an encrypted O goes to a plain text C, an encrypted E goes to a plain text D, encrypted V goes to a plain text E, encrypted H goes to a plain text F, and encrypted B goes to a plain text G, and encrypted U goes to a plain text H, and encrypted G goes to a plain text I. Now I've got an encrypted F goes to a plain text L. An encrypted C goes to a plain text N. Sorry, M. Encrypted C goes to a plain text M. An encrypted A goes to an N. An encrypted M goes to an O. An encrypted Y goes to a P. An encrypted S goes to an R. An encrypted Q goes to an S. An encrypted N goes to a T. An encrypted X goes to a U. An encrypted P turns into a V. An encrypted I turns into a Y. An encrypted J turns to a Z. Okay, so here's our decryption code. We don't know what an encrypted D turns into, an L turns into an R or a Z, but presumably there won't be much left. And I printed this out now during the break with double spacing so we can write this out more clearly. Let's translate our previous message again. And we started out here with called in. So we've got called in an ASS A-S-S-I-N, called an assassin on, this was February 28th. So notice the, well, we don't know. When did the assassination get called in? We don't know. So either the numbers are being left unchanged or that's not the 28th. Could be something else. And we think this is the man I was reporting to said he had it covered. This is what we decrypted before. Okay, now let's finish up here. C goes to M, V goes to E, N goes to T. Met, N goes to T, U goes to H, V goes to E. Met the, W goes to A, and this is assassin again. Met the assassin, V, A goes to N, V goes to E, R goes to a question mark, and N goes to T. So X is what R is. So R, we now know, turns into an X. The next, and this is going to be day. So this makes sense. D goes to E, which I think oh no, V goes to E. Okay, the next, did we get this V wrong? No, next. Okay, let's leave aside. We don't, oh yeah, E goes to D. Sorry, I keep getting them reversed. D-A, and then I goes to Y the next day. Met the assassin the next day. Called an assassin on February 28th. The man I was reporting to said he had it covered. Met the assassin the next day. Okay, let's decode the rest of this. M goes to O. This is going to be, oh my God. Okay. C goes to M. I goes to Y. B goes to G, M goes to O, E goes to D. Oh my God. I've, and then P goes to V, and V goes to E. I've. Okay, S goes to R, R, V goes to E, W goes to A, E goes to D. I've read the, F goes to L, W, A, T, E, latest. I've read the latest. This is going to be a proper word. Oh, this is how we started this all. This was Blitz Runner, right? N-N-E-R. I've led the latest Blitz Runner. S I G H T I N G. I've read the latest Blitz Runner sighting. Y goes to P, M goes to O, Q, S, and T, V, E, poster. S goes to R. I've read the latest Blitz Runner sighting poster. H-E, he. This is H-A-D. He had a... Okay, a lot of code breaking in this, but this is kind of enjoyable, and it's nice to see these like letters decrypted. It's a little bit of work involved here for this one. It's interesting that this one doesn't seem to be a Caesar cipher. There may be a pattern to this substitution cipher that we're overlooking, but we have figured it out as expected. We had enough data to figure it out. That's kind of the fun part. S-T-A star, M goes to O, A goes to N, star. He had a star on his, is this going to be like cheek? C U H E E L goes to K. That's going to be the other letter we were missing was our L. So on his cheek, F is L, G is I, K, and then V, like, this is going to be like the silenced weapon. S, O, M, E, O, N, E, like someone, I, N, T, H, I, in this, U goes to H, M is O, N is T, like someone in this hotel. I, N goes to T, H, I, and I think he, C goes to M, W goes to A, I goes to Y. I think he may, K goes to B. I think he may be, and here we have a proper noun, blitz runner. N-N-E-R. Okay. Oh my God, I read the latest blitz runner sighting poster. He had a star on his cheek like someone in this hotel. I think he may be blitz runner. Called in an assassination on February 28th. The man I was reporting to said he had it covered, met the assassin the next day. Okay, so I think what we've just figured out is that Silas, the person killed, Silas Derman, who is the merchant, may be blitz runner. And he was recognized by this guy writing the secret message. And in fact, here was we still have another encoded message, we think using the same code from, wait a minute. Oh no, it's not Silas Derman isn't the blitz runner, because Silas Derman was the person reading that message, right? I mean, writing that secret message. Let's decode this thing, which we think is from the same side. I think. Let's find out. L E A D I N G, leading T to T H, leading to the C A P key T. S goes to leading to the capture of 3413. We don't know if that translates. Here's a proper noun. L E T. We don't know how it translates yet. What we should. It's only one letter, two letters left. I and Q is S. Capture of 313. F goes to L, V goes to E. What letters do we have left? What could that be? I'm drawing a blank. Let me see. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. We're missing a J. We have K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. We're missing 3 letters. I've written 4 down here. Which one do we have that I misidentified as missing? I don't see a J. I don't see a Q. I don't see a W. And I don't see a Z. So, but I'm doing something wrong because there's only 3 letters that we don't have translations for. What am I not seeing? Oh, there's the Z. Okay, so J, Q, W are 3 missing letters. So this is either Lewis. Oh, it's someone's proper name. So this is Lewis. Okay, so T goes to W. Okay, and then Q goes to S. N goes to T. S goes to R. V goes to E, E, and then N goes to T. Lewis Street. Leading to the capture of 3413 Lewis Street. That was in our document, I believe. Let's see. Where is our story? I think I must have switched away from it. Hold on here. Good war, bad people. Okay. This is like the old times. It's just me here on the channel working. Everyone else is gone. Okay, it's kind of interesting. All right, so now what did we see was at 3413 Lewis Street? That sounds familiar. Harris Avenue. Dead or alive. 15 people. I don't see it. Where was the silencer gun part? Buy. I just went by it. Okay, let's see. Buy. Rat infestation. Harris Avenue. I thought I remembered a Lewis Street. Hold on, let me turn this fan off. All right, let's keep going here. We'll worry about this later. 3413 Lewis Street. All right, let's continue our decrypting. We're almost done here. Okay. So you can see it. T goes to W, H, I, C, which, H, A, T, which had B, E, bin, R, U, M, O, or rumored to H, O, L, to hold. Q goes to S, Y goes to P, I, V goes to E. I see, spies. Leading to the capture of 3413 Lewis Street, which had been rumored to hold spies. So this is a very qualified individual, having led multiple operations, including a frontal operation on Kang during the start of the war, leading to the capture of something. Okay, VP. E, V, E, even, T, H, O, U, G, H, N, O, even though no, E, V, I, D, E, evidence, W, A, S was, it's going to be found, right? F, O, U, N, D, A, L, O, N, long, W, I, T, H, T, H, E, C, A, I know this word, captured, it goes to you, capture, O, of, here's another proper noun, G, oh, is this going to be George? Yes, this is George. We remember George was mentioned elsewhere. M, O, F-O-R-E, George Moore. A-L-E-A, lead. This is going to be resistance. R-E-S. Maybe not. Oh, maybe lead resistor. R-E. No, I was wrong. I should just write it. O goes to C. S goes to R. G goes to I. N goes to T. So recruiter. 4. H goes to F. O. R. The. K. Capital K. K. A. Oh, and this is for the Kang. And then here is our possibly resistance. R E S I S T A N C E. Okay, leading to the capture of 3413 Lewis Street, which has been rumored to hold spies, even though no evidence was found, along with the capture of George Moore, a lead recruiter for the Kang resistance. Okay, and we remember George was mentioned previously. Killed that George guy, remember? I heard him say, Silas Durman resulted in the death of my brothers and George. I think I know who he is. So we've got these two, the resistance writing and then the Kang writing, or the Kin writing. So we've got notes from both sides. One guy, the opera singer, writing about how he heard the generals talk that Silas Durman got us a fine voice. He found out about the resistance meeting, killed that guy George, and then our opera guy saying, Silas Durman resulted in the death of my brothers and George. And here are the people talking about Silas saying that very thing. He's very qualified. He ended up capturing George Moore. Okay. That's box 1. The only thing we didn't figure out is how to open the locked box belonging to Ethan. We don't know who Ethan is. We just know Ethan Lee said he's been at the hotel for 3 days. He's hiding something. I'm not sure what. He could be the assassin that was brought in. So we could try a couple things to open his box, but I think we don't have enough yet to do it. Okay, so it's interesting. I'm here all by myself, but I have enjoyed that decoding. I don't know how much more I'll enjoy it. It's interesting that the first one was so simple and the second one required us to really do it by a process of elimination. But okay, we still have that one thing left in box 1 that we haven't done, but the game told us that sometimes you'll have to jump around. All right, let's go back now. Let's resume and play and open up box 2, and may have to come back for box one, unless we have some idea. It's interesting, with all the focus on the encrypting, I haven't been paying that much attention to the actual facts of the murder of what's going on. I do remember that that secret message said someone else at the hotel has the star on their face. We know Silas, what's his name, was working, Silas Durman was working for the Kang, and the resistance ended up killing him is what happened. Right when he thought he found out who was Blitzrunner. So maybe Blitzrunner killed him, or maybe one of the resistance killed him. Okay, let's go to box 2. Here we go. All right, we've got another introduction here. Bad War, Good People. I think this is the same introduction as before. Okay, same introduction as before, but now we're on box 2. All right, we've got another letter. Dear Detective, hello again. I assume you've received our first box of information. Well, we've got more evidence for you to deduce. Our police did a thorough investigation of 2 suspects along with the victims' rooms. The second box only consists of information from Chloe Ding, the owner of the hotel, and Andy Hound, the cook, and Silas Durman, the victim. Even though we're super focused on these 2 suspects, I'm sure you'll find their stories very interesting. There's been more than one scandal in this hotel, that's for sure. The secrets of Chloe and Andy and the events between them are sure to be a surprise. Okay. Chloe Ding, are these the same? Is this the same exact information from before? It seems like it. They're all having breakfast. They heard a gunshot, found the body together. They're all together. Polaris, soon we know, is a resistance operator because we've decrypted their messages. Ethan Lee, we've got a locked box for, but we don't know what he's up to. Timing Hugh, we have no information about. Checked in 2 days ago. And then our victim, we know, was working for the kin and called in the assassination and then was murdered. Okay. I believe that's right. All right, Chloe's room. Remember, we found her thing saying, I don't, what did she say? She said on the back of her paper, on the back of her food drive was the note, Andy is so nice for helping with the event, though he doesn't have to. I can't love him. Don't know what that means. Okay. What have we got here? Mission 3743, assigned to Audrey Tesman. That was the daughter. Does this mean we found this in Chloe's box? I see. In Chloe's room, the owner of the hotel, we found a mission file. Assigned to Audrey Tesman. So is Chloe really Audrey? What are we told her name is? Chloe Ding. Okay. Replace X as owner of Shangri-La Hotel, who is now being interrogated by yes, we do remember one of the encrypted messages said that Audrey is acting as the double of the owner. So now we have it confirmed. So Audrey, the owner of the hotel, Chloe, was kidnapped. Audrey's taking her place, acting as her. Replace X as owner, who's now being interrogated by report from Silas Sturman. Okay, time frame, April 1911, however long is needed. Supervisor Silas Sturman, our victim. Audrey is the daughter of the powerful General Aaron Tesman. After his unfortunate assassination, I hope Audrey will work hard for the honor of the Tesman family name. I will be guiding her along the way. That's our supervisor who just got killed. We might want to reread what he said about her. Individual notes. What did I do to Silas? My life was perfect. Me and my mom lived in a wealthy mansion in the heart of the capital of Kin because of my dad's military success. Life was great. We had 18 servants. Now I've been drafted for this spy mission. Silas has the guts to even try and talk to me. I hate him. They should have given me someone else to impersonate. Chloe is all happy and joyful. I have to act that way all day long. I found at least something good about this place. The cook, Andy, he's so kind and I think he likes me too. He doesn't know I'm not the real Chloe. That's kind of weird to think about. Oh God, I can't believe what happened last night. I'm not even going to explain it. I had to retell it to Andy and that's bad enough already. I seriously could not believe he was Blitzrunner. Oh, I guess we know who's Blitzrunner now, the chef. I guess our relationship is over now that we know who we all really are, but I couldn't just let him die. I had to give him the cure, and when I did, I really emphasized for him not to react to Silas or taming. Who's taming? At least not until he's supposed to die from the poisoning. We'll find a solution somehow, but we can't act irrationally. He doesn't know that what the kin are capable of. He thankfully agreed, though maybe my mission notes aren't the best place to write about this. Okay, I don't know who taming is. I guess I should write a little note about that. So in box 2, Chloe, who's really Andrea, mentions taming. Okay, so she's in love with the chef, Andy Hound, who been working for the hotel before the war. His soup tastes amazing, and he, we believe now, is actually Blitzrunner. He's supposed to die from poisoning. We'll find it. So she sounds like she saved him. He agreed. Maybe my mission notes aren't the best place to write this. Okay. Andy's room, box 2. Okay. Dear Andy, 2 people came to my room yesterday sometime after midnight. Recognized one of them. It was Silas Sturman. The other was a hooded man carrying a briefcase. Silas called him Timing Hugh. This was another one of our guests at the hotel. So now we know that Timing Hugh, who's this mysterious person, is, I'm just going to write, he's the hooded briefcase man with Silas. He might be the assassin. Silas called him Timing Hugh. Timing told me that he knew my biggest secret. He knew I worked for the... Wait, I have to confess something. I work for the kin. I'm not the real Chloe Ding. Oh, this is her letter to Andy. My actual name is Audrey Tesman, daughter of General Aaron Tesman. Silas was one of his favorite students. He wrote a report about how Chloe was a spy for the resistance. I questioned the credibility of that report. So I was sent here to impersonate her. Anyway, he knew I worked for the kin, and he said that he and Silas did too. They wanted to know your room number and the spare key from the front desk to get in. I asked why, and he responded, this is a direct quote, because that room is inhabited by Blitzrunner and will be empty soon. He showed me a badge. It said he worked for the Kin Bureau of Assassination. Okay, so we know that, we think now that this guy, what's his name here? Timing Hugh may be the assassin that got called in by Silas to kill Blitzrunner because Blitzrunner recognized the star on his cheek. I know I shouldn't have, but in shock, I told him your room number, walked to the front desk, and opened the locked shelf containing all the spare keys. I grabbed the one for your room. Silas and I walked over to your room. I unlocked the door, and when we walked in, Tai Ming opened his briefcase, took out a pinch of some powder, carefully pried open your mouth while you were asleep. It's a little bit hard to believe. And sprinkled it in. In his open briefcase, I saw something, a bottle labeled poison cure. When Silas and Tai Ming weren't looking, I think I've said too much. Meet me after lunch in my room. Tai Ming reserved a room at the hotel to make sure you die. In other words, he reserved a room. He's going to hang out there until they confirm that you're dead. Poison takes 3 days to kill, and I've got the... Never mind. Chloe. I knew I was going to be caught as soon as I saw the wanted poster with my birthmark. Oh, this is Andy writing. I knew I was going to be caught as soon as I saw the wanted poster with my birthmark on it. We've seen that. We've noticed that star. But I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Well, I have. Blitzrunner hasn't, in a way. They were right. I was there at the meeting when they declared who Blitzrunner was. I've got the letter from George and everything. I was Blitzrunner. Thank God Chloe, or I guess Audrey Tesman stole the cure from me. She told me her secret identity and that she worked for the kin. And I didn't believe her at all until she showed me her mission file. I can't believe she betrayed her entire country for me. I had a crush on her, but I had no idea she had one on me. I know Silas and Tai Ming's rooms, and I want to shoot them in the head. But Chloe told me to act casual. If the two realized that I knew I was poisoned, they'd know it was her who told me. Makes sense? And he says, I guess that makes sense. And this was the backside of the letter. Okay. Okay, and there's the poison cure that we found in his room. 4 pills. Eat only one, deadly in large amounts. Even the cure is deadly in large amounts. This photo was taken after dumping out the contents of the pill bottle. Okay, Silas's room, box 2 evidence, a photograph. I see. So here's a photograph drawn by the authors of this game. There's our chef, and there he is with the same birthmark of the Blitzrunner killer. Ha, I found, okay, and on the Polaroid, our guy Silas has written this note. Ha, I found you. Your star mark betrayed you, Andy, or Blitzrunner. I've already requested an assassin. Okay, we know that. So we're now at the end of box 2. So box 2 didn't have any mystery for us to solve. It was just revealing the story to us and the evidence, how everything came into place. All right. So we still don't know who Ethan is and what his role in this is. We know who Silas is. We know who Haiming Hugh is. He's the assassin, but we don't know who Ethan is. Okay, let's open our final box. Same introduction. Okay, let's see what we got here. Bob Investigations. Dear Detective, well, this will be the last time we meet. I'm confident that you will be able to find out the murderer with the final few pieces of evidence from this box. I found a few locked containers, one from Polaris's room and one thrown in a cabinet backstage of the amphitheater, that I think you should have a look at. I haven't been able to open them myself, but I hope you have better luck than I, because I have a feeling they are crucial for solving this case. In brighter news, the authority have sent over an item that I think has something to do with the murder weapon. In the oak drawer next to Silas's bed, they found a gun case. The firearms specialist at the agency thinks that based on the indentations, the gun stored there is most likely to be a revolver made a few years ago. I'm positive that the gun stored there was used to kill Silas. Anyways, that's all I've got for you. Explore the evidence, convict the murderer, and give Silas and his family some justice. Okay, well, we're going to take a break now, but it is kind of fun that the investigators charged us with bringing justice for Silas and finding his killer, when emotionally we're much more on the side of the resistance who killed him, since we know he's now part of this kin assassination squad. So we're sort of torn between our job and who we want to help. Okay, so we're going to take an 8-minute break, though, and we'll come back and finish this case. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. Or are you? Is there anyone? I can see from my screen here, it says concurrent viewers 6. Now, one will be one of my other desktop machine. That means there is someone here who has it on. Perhaps you've fallen asleep, left it on, whatever. But if someone wants to chime in, you're welcome to. There's no harm, no bad things can befall you. But I'm okay playing alone. I have some thoughts. I have a bunch of thoughts on the game so far. There is still the one locked box we haven't opened. We don't know who that character Ethan is. And we don't know what Chapter 3 is going to bring, but it's time to begin Chapter 3. So let's get to it. All right. Here's box 3. Dear Detective, well, this will be the last time we meet. I'm confident that you will be able to find out who the murderer is with the final few pieces of evidence from this box. I found a few locked containers, one from Polaris's room, one thrown in the cabinet. Oh, we read all this. The authorities sent over an item that I think has something to do with the murderer weapon. Oak drawer next to Silas's bed. They found a gun case. Based on the indentations, the gun's stored there. I see. So the gun isn't there anymore. Most likely to be a revolver made a few years ago. Positive the gun stored there was used to kill Silas. Anyway, that's all I got for you. Explore the evidence, convict the murderer, give Silas and his family some justice. Right, that's what we're talking about. We don't really like Silas, so... Okay, here we go. So here it is, repeating the same suspects again. Remember, we know... Okay, let's go over this. We know Chloe Ding is actually Andrea Tesman or something, the daughter of a famous general. She's supposed to be working for the kin against the resistance. We know Andy Hound is actually Blitz Runner, the resistance person who's considered a war criminal by the kin. We know Andrea's in love with him, and we know that our victim, Silas Thurman, recognized that the chef, Andy, is actually Blitz Runner, called in an assassin who was timing who poisoned the chef with the help of the Chloe, who's really Andrea, who let them in the room. It was a little cartoonish how they poisoned him, but then she stole the cure, gave it to Andy to keep him alive. We know Polaris soon was a resistance worker, was a resistance operator. We don't know the role of Ethan Lee, and we haven't opened the secret box of his. Otherwise, we know everyone else. Okay. Public area, box 1. All right, so we found a box in a public area. But, all right, now you don't look at this. So I'm going to turn it away. So, okay, so when they use this code site for the codes, when it loads, if you're not careful, you see the code. So I'm just going to switch you. I don't want you to see the code. Okay, so this is what it says after it loads. What is the password for this locked box? The letters FHWNLU is inscribed upon the box. So it's found in a public area. Okay, so this is box 3. We have a locked box in a public area. And on it, it says FHWNLU. Okay, so we don't know what that is. We could try translating it with our 2 key codes. So if we translated it with the one belonging to the kin, to Silas, that was the more complicated one, we would get, that would translate to, let's see, F goes to L, H goes to F, W goes to A, N goes to T, L goes to K, U goes to H. Okay, that does not seem right. What if we translated it using our other code? Oh, did we write down that other code? I know it went P goes to I. Let's find it. So our other code said P goes to, was it P? Yeah, P goes to I. Okay, so F goes to, I just want to make sure I do this right. P goes to I. So F goes to Y. H goes to A. Sorry. Right, sorry. H goes to A. W goes to P. N goes to G. L goes to E. And U goes to N. Yapgen. Yapgen. F goes to Y. H goes to A. Yapgen. Okay. Could be an acronym. FHWNLU. FHWNLU. What would that be an acronym for? Or a name? There's no Q. There's no resistance. I don't know. I don't know. Since there's 2 locked boxes now that we don't know the answer to, let's not worry about it yet. Let's go back to our game. We'll come back to it when we run out of other stuff. Polaris's room, box 1 evidence, a locked box, another locked box. Okay, gotta hide that from you till it comes up. Gotta make sure I don't look at it. Just gonna click run. I guess as soon as I click one, oh no. Stop run. Okay, now you can see it. Run. What is the password for Polaris's locked box? The words "you may be gone, but you will still be remembered" is inscribed. Okay, that's a little bit better. That feels like we got a shot at understanding that, because Polaris wrote about her brothers and George Moore getting killed. Let's find that. Okay. So, if we remember, yeah, here. Okay, so here's Polaris's diary. Here's Polaris writing, "I'm in shock," and we translated it. "It was a normal day, singing for the kin. One general came in, lucky that Cyrus Thurman got us such a fine voice. Killed that George guy, remember? I then heard him say, Cyrus Thurman resulted in the death of my brothers and George. I think I know who he is." So I'm thinking, you may be gone, but you will still be remembered. So this is either the brother or it's George. And we did decode from the other side, from the kin guy, he mentions George's full name. So I think George is a good candidate for this box by Polaris. So let's try it. Okay. George Moore. No. Okay, let's just try a couple of other things. George. Okay. They killed George guy, remember. Resulted in the death of my brothers. Brothers. Do we tie George Moore all in lowercase? It's not George Moore, huh? Seems like it should be. Okay. What else did she write? Or he write? Met with him in the Old Abandoned High School. His name was George. Put everything on a piece of paper. Kang encoder and kin decoder. I see. An encoder for them. Decoder for myself. In case it falls into the wrong hands. You're gone, but you won't be forgotten. Is it possible it's the original owner of the place? Does this person know that the original owner got taken over? Let's find her unencrypted diary. Here's Polaris's unencrypted diary. Today you're born. I bought you off an old woman. This is the diary she's writing in. I'm in shock. Soldiers are moving in. Hear from gossip. It's because of the power-hungry kin ruler. 15 of my Showtime friends and brothers have been massacred. One soldier recognized who I was, the singer with the swan's voice, and spared me. I immediately met up with the owner, Chloe Ding. So we know Chloe Ding was kidnapped. Does she know that though? Does this opera singer know that? I met up with him. I'm in shock. Dear diary, he died. Dear diary, he died. I guess she's talking about the guy who was killed. But, where's our encrypted thing? I met up with him, yesterday. Okay. So, the other person she could be talking about is Chloe, if she knows Chloe got taken and replaced. So, is she talking about Chloe Ding? No. You may be gone, but you will all still be remembered. All still be remembered. That's got to be brothers then, don't you think? Or her 15... Is it a number? She says 15 of her show people were killed. Boy, I really thought it would be George. Alright, that's fine. Death of my brothers. My brothers. No. It's not Chloe Ding. It's not 15 of my Showtime friends. Is it like 15? Is it just the number 15? Oh, that was it. The 15. It was the 15. Okay, nice. Then it says, here is Polaris's locked box. So we've got a new document. Oh, is it going to let me select it, please? Oh, good. I can click on it. Okay, we open Polaris's box. Let's see what it says. Hello, Mr. Polaris. Soon. I am George, a leader of the Kang resistance. I understand your situation about being forced to perform for King officials. Well, this is the chance to change your curse to a blessing. To work for the prosperity of your country, a free Kang. If this opportunity entices you, please visit me at the old high school tomorrow night around 8, where you will be officially accepted into the resistance, for hope will never leave us. I think I see something. For hope will never leave us. Look at this. For hope will never leave us. That was on the box found in the public area. Okay. So I think we just, cracked that one. George 22819. Okay, so now look what it is. It's the instructions on how to decode the messages. Shift letters 7 places to the right, 7 places back to decode. Use this device to decode. So it looks like maybe there's a website it's bringing us to do the decoding for us. Caesar Cipher. Yes. So it's a little online place to do the Caesar ciphering. Okay, now let's go back. And here is the, no thanks. And here is the one with the kin code that we figured out. This one was more complicated. Let's see what this is. Let's see if this is a generic, it's a Python generic encryption cipher. Let's just take a look at this code. Let's see if it's just a list or if there's an actual rule. This time we're going to look at the actual code here. Okay, so it is a pure random substitution cipher. In other words, it's an arbitrary cipher. A goes to N, B goes to G, C. So it's not based on a pattern, just a substitution cipher. Each letter has a matching thing, and we could actually use this to translate the message, but we already figured it out. Okay, that's quite fun though. All right, so what am I looking for? The end of that message. Did we read it all? Okay, so now we've got a little bit of a problem because we've got a spammer in the channel and it's just me here, no one else with permission to get rid of the spammer. So you guys will have to wait while I switch over and get rid of the spammer. Okay. That's inconvenient. But hopefully their messages are gone now. All right. A little bit inconvenient for me to have to go do it on the other machine, but not so bad. All right. So I was just looking for that last box that we opened. Was it? That was the box we now know what to do with. Okay, we put in Polaris's document. Let's try this again. Okay, so it's got links to decipher the two codes that we had already got, but then there's some extra stuff here. Hope I don't forget these. Well, Mr. Polaris, soon. We are hatching a new plan. It involves a spy named Blitzrunner. Due to your short but helpful time in the Resistance, we require your presence tomorrow at 6 p.m. in the old high school so we can discuss your role. Remember to wear a mask that completely covers your face, for hope will never lead us. That's their secret message. For hope will never lead us. And then she says, okay, guys, go away. Look, no thanks. You can't click it. Okay. After I heard about Silas Dermott, I figured out who he was, and after reporting it to the Resistance, I walked down the hall with 2 paper clips ready to pick the lock to Silas's door for a quick look around. But while he was at the main lobby for breakfast, but I saw Ethan walking in the opposite direction with Silas's door ajar. I rushed in and searched the place. Look at the letter I found in the oak drawer near his bed. It was my invitation letter. Okay, what is this nonsense where you can't click the no thanks? What kind of nonsense? There we go. Okay. Okay, look at the letter I found in the oak drawer near his bed where the gun was. Turns out I was responsible. I opened every shelf of that thing, and guess what I also found in there? I don't get it. The oak drawer near his bed. It was my invitation letter. Turns out I was responsible. I opened every shelf of that thing, and guess what I also found in there? I rushed. So, okay, so she goes, she's going to pick her way in, or he is. Polaris soon is going to pick his way in. But he finds Ethan leaving with the door ajar. She goes in when the guy's actually at dinner. She searches it. She finds a letter in the oak drawer near his bed. It was my invitation letter to the secret meeting. Turns out I was responsible. I opened every shelf of that thing, the drawer near his bed, and guess what I also found in there? I guess maybe the gun, but I'm a little bit confused about what this person means. Turns out I was responsible. She found it. Does this mean this is the letter she found? Or he found. Is this the letter he found? I'm a little bit confused about that one line. Turns out I was responsible. Guess what I also found? And then there's, when it says guess what I also found, it doesn't tell us what else they found. It just runs out there. All right, well now we know we can open this box that we found in the public place. And it was for hope will never leave us. Here is the locked box, okay? This box does not have any contents stored within. Timed explosive. Explodes 12 hours after set. Explosion power is relatively low, only able to break brittle surfaces such as glass in a small range. Explodes 12 hours after set, and here's the gun with the silencer bullet. Killed Silas with his own gun. Killed Silas with his own gun. So that was his gun. The box does not have any contents stored, but then it does have contents. It's a little confusing what this means. Timed explosive. So it's clear that this explosive was made to make the glass blow. To make it maybe look like something else happened. But I guess they stole the gun and killed him with it. And then made it look like maybe a bullet shot him from afar. But that's a bit confusing. All right, let's continue our read through. No, that was from before. I guess this is where we are. All right, so we opened his, Polaris's box. I don't know why I keep thinking it's a him, the opera singer. All right, let's look at this newspaper. Nationals Weekly, resistance leader captured. Oh, this is about George who got killed. George, an active resistance recruiter, has been killed by kin. Today I bring good news. George, an active resistance recruiter, has been killed by soldiers of kin, exclaimed kin's spokesperson Benjamin Chapal. It is known from residents near the area that kin soldiers raided the old high school near 6:30 this Saturday. I heard shots fired and a loud boom like a bomb, probably because it was. Smoke was issuing from the old high school as I watched from my apartment window. Masked individuals running down the street away from the soldiers, said Mrs. Din, a resident living near the old high school. The identity of these masked men are unknown, but since wanted posters of these masked individuals appeared just a few days after the attack, it leads many to believe that they were resistance fighters meeting in the old high school for a reason that is not yet known to the public. Now, was the meeting of this band of resistance fighters a one-off occurrence? Are there more resistance fighters meeting in other disclosed locations? Well, know the answer to these questions and more by reading the book Resisting a Resistance by war historian Sid Bov, available in bookstores near you. And now Tai Ming, box 1. We know this is the assassin that got called in. Mission file and poison bottle. Okay, here we go. Tai Ming Hu, kin team of secret attacks or assassinations. Poison and kill Andy Houn, cook of the Shangri-La Hotel, who has been suspected of resistance activities. Mission time frame. Supervisor, the godly Grand Supreme Emperor of Kin. Yikes. Andy Houn is suspected to be our #1 target that's hindering us from complete control over Kang. Blitz Runner. He has been causing ruckus for our military for almost a year now. We finally know who he is, and he must die. I hope that you, Tai Ming, one of our nation's best assassins, can lead our country to permanent victory. And then individual notes. Okay. This is probably remember, this person poisoned him, but then our Andrea got the cure, so that might be the cure. Our poison kills in 3 days, 1 count, to be used and manufactured by the Kin army. Photo was taken after dumping out the contents of the pill bottle. And now in Silas's room, we've got the gun case. I see a little clip art of the gun case. There was no lock or password of any kind on this briefcase. Are you ready to convict the suspect who you think is the murderer? Make sure to read the evidence closely and reread if you aren't sure. If you are, then prepare for the most important decision of your detective career. It's okay if you're incorrect. You'll be given some hints pointing in the right direction, be able to retry to convict the real murderer. The answer will not be spoiled until you get it correct. Okay. So we're ready. It's ready for us to solve it. It's given us the last evidence about the gun we found. Although we opened up the other box and found the explosion and the actual gun, which we think is Silas's gun. Now, Ethan was the guy who snuck into the room. Although it's a little unclear what it meant by that thing about how I was responsible, whatever. But now we have not opened up. Let's go here. If we go to box 1. Box 1. Okay. Food distribution poster, yes. Can't love him, we know what but then Andy's room is the wanted poster, right? He's the chef and he is Blitz Runner, but then Ethan's room was the locked box. Sorry, you don't want to look at this, neither do I, till I click run. All right, let's see if we can look at this together. What is the password for Ethan's locked box? Now that's confusing because we know in the last chapter that Ethan got into Silas's room. It sounds like Ethan killed him. I think that's what we're led to believe. Is it? Is Ethan part of the resistance and killed him? Let me see my printouts here. But what would Ethan's... So I printed out the 3rd chapter here. What would Ethan's code be to his locked box? That is an interesting mystery. Ethan Lee said he's been at the hotel for 3 days. He's hiding something. I'm not sure what. It's a loud boom in the high school. Are there more resistance? It's very confusing. Do we think that Ethan is part of the resistance? He snuck into the room, the door left open, and then Polaris found their invitation there. Does that mean that Ethan had discovered she was resistance and was telling the guy, and so he's working for the assassin? Or did he kill him? That's really confusing. Is this person Ethan? If they work for the resistance, would they have used that same code phrase? For hope will never leave us. Should we try that? Let's see if he's part of the resistance. For hope will never leave us. No. Very tricky. Let's reread what Ethan was last seen doing. Let's see if we can find that. Where was that? Would have been in the last box. Not the last. Yeah, the last box. George was killed. The explosion in the thing. Okay. Timing was one of the last assassins. Maybe it was. There's the poison. And there's the gun case. Then it's telling us you're ready to convict. Okay, so maybe that wasn't what I'm thinking of. Maybe I'm thinking of box 2. No, box 2 didn't have any boxes. It must have been this box. It was Polaris's box. We don't know how to get into Ethan's box, but we did get into box 1. Book 1 didn't have any, had only Ethan's box. Did box 2 actually have a locked box? Okay, what's going on? What am I not remembering. Where do we find the Polaris box? It's Chloe's room. Andy's room. Ethan's room. That's the box that we're fighting with now. I'm confused. What am I? Oh, it was. No, I'm confused. Why am I confused? What am I not remembering? Ethan's room is the box we can't get into. There's Polaris's diary, which we decoded. Silas's file, which we decoded. And then that's it. There's nothing more there. Okay, that's box 1. Must be box 3. Box 3. Suspects. Okay, locked box in the public area. We opened that one. Let's see. We opened this one with the, oh, come on, with nothing in it. Okay. Then this one, okay, here was the key one. Okay, Polaris gets a note from Jor that says meet at the old high school tomorrow night at 8. That's where the For Hope Will Never Leave Us. We got that. Then there's the codes. And they said to meet, For Hope Will Never Lead Us. Okay, after I heard, okay, here's this part about Ethan. I walked down the hall with 2 paper clips ready to pick the door to Silas's door. But Ethan was walking the opposite direction with Silas's door ajar. I searched the place. Look at the letter I found in the oak drawer near his bed. It was my invitation letter to the secret meeting. Turns out I was responsible. Let me look at what Polaris originally said about being responsible. Gold coin. Coins are definitely going towards the new studio on Lewis we want to buy. Remember, the decrypted message talked about Lewis Street. I wonder if the code is the address to the Lewis Street place. Is that possible? Remember when we decrypted it, it had the address of the Lewis Street place. 3413 Lewis Street. I don't understand this though. Turns out I was responsible. Oh, here we go. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm glad this has some logic to it. Here's this guy Polaris's diary. I received an invitation for the meeting. I can't believe what happened. I can't find my invitation. Am I responsible? So I think this person is saying that they lost their invitation or it was taken. And then this guy, Silas, ended up with it. And when that happened, I'm in shock. They killed that guy, George, and they found out about the resistance meeting. Okay, so I think Polaris is saying that they found their invitation in Silas's room. So Silas had discovered from his invitation where to meet, and that's what caused the problem. That's what caused the killing. Okay, and so, but that doesn't tell us anything about Ethan. Let's see if it's possible it's that 3413, and we may have to get a hint on that. I guess we're going to have to go to one of these tabs here. What's the password for Ethan's lockbox? So could it be 3413? No. 3413 Lewis. How about, are they getting revenge for George Moore? No. What is Ethan up to? What is Ethan up to? What is Ethan doing? We think he might be the resistance and might have killed our victim here. Although there's no direct evidence. But what... But what is his... What would he use as his code? We don't really understand his role in this. He seems like he's part of the resistance. George Moore, lead recruiter. Capture of 3413 Lewis Street, which has been rumored to hold spies. What are we told about him? Ethan Lee. Talked with him about the crime scene. Said he's been at the hotel for 3 days. He's hiding something. I'm not sure what. I think I'm going to type in hint and see if we can get a hint. Don't overthink it. The code is simple and has 3 letters. Gun? Don't overthink it. The code is simple and has 3 letters. I don't understand. It's not gun? What is it? I'm a little confused. Is it like rat? Is he using a code for the guy that he... Don't overthink it. It's 3 letters. Ethan Lee? I don't get... What? He's using his last name as his code, but we know it's Ethan's box? Alright. So he used his last name as the code. I don't love that, but alright. Mr. Ethan Lee. This is the last piece of our puzzle, at least. Hello, Mr. Ethan Lee. Your history has been reviewed and we have received your application to the Kang Resistance. We are happy to inform you you have made it into our resistance. For hope will never leave us, says George. Mr. Ethan Lee, we are hatching a new plan. It involves an assassin named Blitzrunner. Due to your experience and your extreme expertise and accuracy in gunmanship, we require your presence tomorrow at 6 p.m. in the old high school so we can discuss your role. Remember to wear a mask that completely covers your face, for hope will never leave us. Hello, Mr. Ethan Lee. We must continue on and persevere through recent events. Your first objective is to assassinate General Aaron Tesman. Do well on your first mission. Blitzrunner. For hope will never leave us. I don't understand. Why are they calling him now Blitzrunner? It involves an assassin named Blitzrunner. We must continue on. It sounds like maybe they create new Blitzrunners each time one dies. Dozens of letters explaining other missions, all completed. Hello, Mr. Ethan Lee. A military admiral, Nathan Nessel, has been tracked to the town of Rustport. Completed. Hello, Mr. Ethan Lee. Oh, it's encrypted. This is using our Caesar cipher again. Okay. Okay. Assuming we've copied it now. Where was our code to decrypt it? Sounds like maybe, maybe same page. Let's see. Oh, that was that one. That one. That one. I'm trying to find the Caesar cipher page here. Let's try. And we said it was -7. It has been reported from another resistance member that a man named Silas Durman has been responsible for the storming of the old high school about a year ago. You witnessed it yourself and you know how much we want him dead. He also has been found responsible for other military campaigns and atrocities during the beginning of the war. He currently resides at the Shangri-La Hotel. Okay. No, I guess we were on this somewhere. Yes, okay. So he's getting assignments now, Ethan. Mission notes. Chloe Ding was my high school best friend. I'll admit I had a little crush on her. We parted ways when I went to college. It would be great to meet her again. Chloe is acting differently. She doesn't remember me. Why? Aha, because she's a double. And then another encrypted thing, but is it text we can copy and paste? Yes, thank God. Okay. I found a gun in his room. When I searched it, it had a purple tip. I think I saw something about that in the newspaper. It was in the oak drawer next to his bed. I also know what happened to Chloe. Literally every member in the resistance has a kin decoder. Though I heard footsteps down the hall, I thought it was Silas, but when I quickly rushed out, it was Polaris. I don't know what he was doing there, and I think I left the door open. Interesting. So the only thing that confused me a little bit was the part about calling him Blitzrunner. First, it says involves an assassin named Blitzrunner. You must continue on your first objective. Do well in your first mission, Blitzrunner. I think this is just a typo. We're being hired to kill people, and so is Blitzrunner, working for the Resistance. Jordan Hesse. All right. It all makes sense. The question, though, is now, what is the end game going to look like? We want to solve it. I guess we can go right to book 3 this way. So we found the locked box with the gun and the explosion, and now it's ready for us to convict the suspect who we think is the murderer. Read the evidence closely and reread if you aren't sure. If you are, prepare for the most decision of your detective career. It's okay if you're incorrect. You'll be given some hints to point in the right direction, be able to retry to convict the real murderer. That's an interesting way of describing it. The answer will not be spoiled until you get it correct. That's a very interesting way to phrase it. But, okay, it's been another hour. We'll take a break. We'll take an 8-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll solve it and decide how to solve it. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are about ready to submit our solution to the case. We understand what happened. This guy who got killed is working for the Qin regime, that are oppressing and hunting out the resistance. He was killed by this guy Ethan, who was working for the resistance, while he was about to kill Blitz Runner, or actually, sorry, it's a little bit more confusing, but Silas, the victim here, was working for the regime, spotted the cook, realized the cook is Blitz Runner. They have the same birthmark, called in the assassin. We saw this in all their secret messages. The assassin came and poisoned him with the help of the double of Chloe, who's Andrea, the daughter of a general who worked for Silas. But Andrea fell in love with the cook, Blitz Runner, and gave him the antidote. The opera singer was working for the resistance, as was Blitz Runner, and as was Ethan. And the opera singer invitation got in the hand of Silas. Maybe that's what led to the raid of the high school, which got George Moore killed. But anyway, it looks like Ethan killed Silas. The assassin who tried to poison the cook, aka Blitz Runner, is still alive. But it looks like Ethan killed Silas with his own gun, using an explosive box to make it look like the bullet came from outside the room. And that's why the box explosive blew up, made it sound like one gunshot, but really he shot him several times with the silenced gun that he stole from his room. Okay, so the truthful answer to this is that Ethan killed him. Ethan working for the resistance. But the interesting psychological thing is, even though at the beginning of our case we're tasked with, we're told we got a new case. Police have been mailing us different documents. One last thing before you start, it says. It says, your objective is only to find the killer. You should not get involved in other business that would help either side in the conflict. There's been a war criminal named Blitz Runner running around lately, but we must keep our neutrality. Now, let's go to the website when it's time to answer it. Let's read how it prepares us to answer this. So, are you ready to convict the suspect who you think is the murderer? Read the evidence closely, reread if you aren't sure. If you are, prepare for the most important decision of your detective career. It's okay if you're incorrect. You'll be given some hints pointing to the right direction and be able to retry to convict the real murderer. Your answer will not be spoiled until you get it correct. So that's an interesting way of saying all that, but it's a little ambiguous, not clear. All right, so let's see what happens when we click here. So it's sending us to a code page again. So I'm going to make sure I flip away from that while it loads and click run so I don't see any code. It takes a little while for the page to load, so you don't want to see the code while it's running before it runs, so you'll get answer. Okay, here we go. Who would you like to accuse as the murderer? Okay, so this is our little ethical decision, but I think we should accuse the assassin who tried to poison our chef rather than the person who we really know did it. But let's see if the game lets us do that. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to say Tai Ming Hugh, who we know is the assassin working for the king. Let's see what it says. Think about Ethan's ability, then reread Silas's victim report. Ethan's ability. I don't know what it's saying, but it really sounds like it wants us to accuse Ethan. who we know did it, but we just don't want to accuse him. Let's try timing Hugh again. I know it's gonna not let us tie. Timing Hugh. I guess it's gonna make us do our job and get the real guy, Ethan Lee. Who would you like to accuse? We typed Ethan Lee and it said, think about Ethan's ability. Then read Silas's victim report. What does that mean? No matter what we type, let's see something. Think about Ethan's ability, then reread Silas's victim report. All right, well, let's read. I'm not sure it's actually not having a little bug here. No matter what we type, it says, think about Ethan's ability, then reread Silas's victim report. Okay, let's read the victim report here. It says, I revisited the crime scene, checked the body. A gun was definitely the murder weapon. 3 bullets across the body, all at different intervals. A few bullets also seemed to be on the wall. Murderer definitely missed a few times. Glass was also broken. Gunshots could definitely come from someone who shot through the window. Most of the broken glass shards were on the outside of the room. I'm a little confused about what it wants. Anyone in the chat have any theories? How to answer this? The nice thing is we can always look at the code to that final quiz and see if something's going wrong. Think about Ethan's ability. I mean, I could go open that page again where we were reading Ethan's stuff. Chloe doesn't remember me. Why? First objective is assassinate Gerald as Aaron Tesman. Do well in your first mission. I suppose maybe we should be accusing Blitzrunner. And that would make sense. That we're going to sort of accuse Blitzrunner knowing that they'll never catch him. Shall we try that? I think there might be a bug here. Can we type hint? No, I think this might be a bug at the very end. It's an ironic place to have a bug in something that's worked pretty well. Well, we know what we would answer, right? We would try to blame it on, given everything we've thought about now, we would try to blame it on the poisoner, which is timing Hugh, and if we can't do that, we're going to blame it on Blitzrunner, which no one knows who that is. All right, so I'm going to look at the code here. Actually, in fact, let me take it off you so you can't see it. So it's just me, and then I'll go back to it. Okay, it is a bit of a bug here. I see. Okay, so it's not a bug. It just wants first names. All right, let's try this again. Who would you like to accuse of murder? So we were going to say Tai Ming. Let's try this again. Think about why Tai Ming would kill Silas. Reread Chloe's letter from box 2. This is again, it wants us to give the real answer for who killed him. Okay. So if you type Tai Ming, it says he wouldn't kill him because he was on his side. Okay. So we were going to try to blame Tai Ming, and it's saying, no, that's not right. Then if we were forced to tell the right answer, we were going to say Ethan. But then it says, think about the password to the locked box. Would Chloe know the password? She might. I don't really understand what that's asking us. What does that? I don't understand. Think about the password to the locked box. Which locked box? Ethan's locked box? Would Chloe know the password? How does that help us? I don't understand. Whether Chloe would know or not. Why would that make a difference? So it's saying Ethan's not the right answer. Ethan didn't do it. Even though Ethan is the assassin for the resistance. And it won't let us say Blitzrunner. It wants a real answer. I don't quite get it. I'm just going to type in more names here because I'm confused what it wants. If we type Chloe, it says, think about Ethan's ability, then reread the victim report. So Polaris goes in, sees Ethan leaving, finds the note, the invitation, and says it was my fault. So maybe she does it and she finds the gun. It's not a she, it's a he, but so Polaris. Okay, I guess that's it. Hello, Mr. Polaris Soon. I am George, a leader of the Kang Resistance. I understand your situation about being forced to perform for Kin officials. Well, this is a chance to change your curse to a blessing. We read this all. You'll be officially accepted into the Resistance. So this just opened up this box. Oh, I see. Here's their final answer, though. We're hatching a new plan that involves a spy named Blitzrunner. Due to your short but helpful time in the Resistance, we require your presence. Wear a mask. Okay. After I heard about Silas Durman, I figured out who he was, and after reporting to the Resistance, I walked down the hall with 2 paper clips ready to pick the door. Quick look around while he was in the main lobby, but I saw Ethan walking in the opposite direction with Silas's door ajar. I rushed in and searched the place. Look at the letter I found in the oak drawer near his bed. It was my invitation letter to the secret meeting. Turns out I was responsible. I opened every shelf of that thing, and guess what I also found in there? I guess when it says, guess what I also found in there, that Polaris must have found the gun. But is that supposed to be the answer to the game? It just giving us that? Whoops. No, that's not what we want. All right. So when we typed in that, we got the same box as Polaris, but no little epilogue or solution. Let's take a look at the code and see what we've got here. Okay, so if you type Polaris, that's the right answer. And it shows you the box that we saw was Polaris's box that we already opened it. And then it's supposed to say, if you don't say, if you say timing, if it's not Ethan, okay, so this was a little bug. Type in Andy, enter the first name. Something was slightly buggy about the way this worked. All right, well, there's no solution or epilogue. It just sends you to the same document that we opened up when we opened up Polaris's box. And a little bit of Python bugginess that was preventing it from giving us this answer, which makes sense. You can't just say else if choice, not this, not this. The first one's going to hit it. Okay, interesting. A little bit of a anticlimactic at the end there, but we can talk about it a bit. Shall we take a little, I wouldn't mind like a 1 minute break before getting right into it. More breaks. 1 minute. Okay, we'll take a 1 minute break. I'll just sit here and collect my thoughts. You can collect your thoughts if there's anyone in the channel, or you can leave your comments below if you watch this later. We'll just take a 1 minute break. I'll come back. I'll give my final thoughts. All right, we're back. Time for some final thoughts about Bad War, Good People. Good people, bad war? Bad war, good people. All right. Let's start with the good, then we'll move on from there. First of all, I really like the story and the setting and the sort of setup of this case. The idea that, first of all, I think it's quite effective that it's set in wartime in a sort of small scale. It's almost like a one-act play where we've got a person dead in a hotel and we're trying to find who did it. It's very small scale, but it's set in this big context of war and resistance and double crossers. So actually quite compelling in terms of the weightiness of the case, and quite framed very nicely, like, hey, here's the case, you're the police, you're just supposed to solve the murder, but you're in this sort of moral, ethical dilemma. So I really liked that. And I liked the characters, the idea that we had everyone had like little secret hidden roles they were, right? Like you didn't know, it's not just that you didn't know how the murder happened or who murdered it, but you didn't know what each person's secret alliance and backstory was. And they all had one. And that was cool. It was almost like a classical Agatha Christie. Everyone's got their secret, their hidden secret they don't want the others to discover. And then we had a little romance here. And there were some subtle details, like our guy says, why didn't she recognize me? Because she's the double. Okay, so there's that. I really liked the setting and the general story, the bigger picture stuff. And then there were a couple other things that I quite liked. I liked this mechanic of, it was heavy on the ciphers. There wasn't that much sort of deduction going on once you could read everything. But I really liked the idea of these locked boxes and ciphers. And they were spread out, and it was kind of fun that you got one. You got some, and then you couldn't figure out how to open them until later. So it was kind of like jumping backward and forward in time. And I really enjoyed reading these secret letters and diary entries. There's always like there's something enjoyable in these games when you get to read a diary entry or a letter. You feel like you're looking into someone's life. There's a movie you might want to watch called The Secret Lives of Others, which is a little bit similar to this in terms of tone and spying and authoritarianism, an authoritarian regime. But I really liked that system, and it was quite clever to use a code site to test you on those things and give you hints. And it was fun. It was fun to open one box, which gave us a letter, which helped us open another box. And there were 2 ciphers in this game. One was very easy. It was a standard Caesar cipher. And it sounds like the other one, so both of them, you were given a website which would do all the work for you once you got to it. And I believe, I'm trying to remember how you got that. I believe you could get that, you got that by the 3rd box. So you didn't actually have to do any of the code breaking yourself. Now for me, that was the highlight of the game, was figuring out that substitution cipher just by the process of constraint satisfaction. So we basically looked at that and said, well, this is probably an I, and here are some proper nouns. They probably refer to people's names, or one looked like a date. And that part was just about the most enjoyable deciphering task I can imagine. Because it's not a matter of, understanding how a Mason code works or all these weird codes works that you have to look up online. That was just more a matter of saying, using logic to say, how can we figure out, how can we constrain what these letters could be, and then eventually do a substitution of the entire alphabet. So, but that was fun because we tried to solve it before the game gave it to us. And if we had waited till the game gave it to us, that might be a little frustrating, or stolen one of the real joys of it. Okay, so let's talk about some criticisms here. There were a bunch of typos. That's okay. There were a couple of, in what was otherwise a very adult scenario that felt realistic and subtle, there were a couple of cartoon events that didn't need to be that way. So like if I was giving advice, I would say you've got something good here, work on it a little bit. So that part where the assassin snuck in and put the poison in his mouth and it would take 3 days to act, I think that could be fixed. That could use some real improvement. It doesn't have to be. There was nothing special about that. He could have put the poison in his cigarette. He could have. So there would be a way. Let's say the guy snuck into his room, poisoned his cigarette, and then the woman goes and tells him before he smokes it, and then you've got the same thing. You don't need an antidote. You don't need it to take 3 days. You don't need to put it in his sleeping mouth. Different way to poison him. Okay, so there was that. Maybe get rid of. Maybe make all of the puzzly part of the game to figure out the deciphering stuff. And maybe I would, like if you wanted to make it a little more difficult and interesting, don't give a solution to the ciphers. Make the people really figure out those ciphers by doing what we had to do, the constraint satisfaction, and saying, well, it's probably this and it's probably that. Let the person have the joy of solving that puzzle. All right, now, there were a couple of parts that were confusing. Some maybe just because it could have been written better in terms of what Ethan's role was. He was referred to as Blitz Runner once and something else at another time. And the part when we found the box that was empty, but then we also saw the gun and explosives. And there were parts that were unclear what was happening. What were we supposed to think was in the box? And there were some formatting things where it was like something was written on the back of this and you couldn't quite tell because of the way it was formatted on the Google Doc. But perhaps the idea was this is how they're writing it, and eventually they would prepare it as sort of a 3 subscription sets of boxes, like a subscription model game where you actually get the real documents if they ever produced it. But there were some confusing parts about what it was trying to tell us. Who was writing what, but especially at that last part where we found the empty box, but it had the gun and stuff like that. That was weird. And then there were a couple of things that were there was a little weird pacing. Like the first box was full of really interesting stuff and all these and the ciphers, and then it felt like the second box was just sort of like an intermission where it basically explained the entire story behind the chef and Andrea and her double identity stuff. And to me, like, that was a cool story. I liked that story element, and the romance between them. But I think maybe I would maybe lean into the encryption stuff and maybe not tell the people in box 2, here's the story, but make them decipher the letters between the two of them where you could slowly figure it out what was going on. I think making the players understand the relationships by reading letters and diaries that are in code would be more satisfying and more of a game. And maybe if it were me, I would maybe use different ciphers, but I don't mean different kinds of ciphers. I mean, make them all substitution ciphers where the only way to figure it out is to sort of work your way through it and say, okay, this has to be referring to a name, this has to be referring to a date. So then gradually with constraints, build the alphabet translation and then figure it out. And then the ending was troubling. It was troubling, let's say, maybe in 3 different ways. It was troubling, one, because it was buggy, the way it checked your answer. It said, tell us who it is, and then it wanted first names, but because of the Python code, it never told you that never printed that line saying, give me the first name. It was problematic because there was no epilogue and explanation. So basically, when you got it right, you got shown the box you had already opened during gameplay. It didn't even say you win and you're right. That was problematic. You really should have at the end of these something that says, yes, you're right, no, you're wrong, and here is the epilogue of the story. Here's what happened, etc. Here's how you should have figured it out. The hints when you were wrong about someone were confusing, completely unclear. One said, think about Ethan's ability. Very unclear what that was supposed to be. And then the other sort of fundamental problem with the ending is it's really making us turn in someone that we don't want to turn in. Now, it is interesting that the game tells us in the beginning, hey, you're the police, you're hired, don't get involved in picking sides. So I appreciate that. And I'm not saying that the game shouldn't make us arrest this guy, even though I didn't want to. But I think you have to handle that differently. You have to do something like let the player choose to arrest the wrong person and then have it end badly, or have the game more explicitly say, I don't know. Maybe when you type in the other person, it says that they can't be convicted. But you have to, that ending has to be done a little differently, I think. It has to be done a little differently for all the other reasons I've said. But if it were me, I would let the players choose what to do. You could give them a sort of your right answer in either case. Like if they pick the real person who did it, you could say that, you know, you could give the little epilogue that said the guy was arrested and hung as a traitor, and give the end of the story maybe some reason that the player could feel like, well, they did their job even though they were assisting this authoritarian regime. Or let them arrest the other guy and give us a little side story where he got off because he was found innocent and they killed the resistance people. Like you could do different epilogues based on what the player chose to do, but it might be nice to give the player a little agency about it. Or let the players get disgraced for picking the wrong person, but in their heart feel good about it because they know they let the resistance escape. All in all, though, really quite a nice, quite an accomplishment for people new to game design. And I mean, it's an amazing thing to complete a game. It's not an easy thing, and these mystery games are some of the hardest games to get right. And I think there's some very nice things here. And as I say, the big picture stuff is all good. And with a little bit of work, I think maybe you have a game that felt a little more polished, especially at the end, maybe, and you could mess with the difficulty based on making the decrypting stuff not give away the answers to that and making it a little tougher, maybe adding a little more, add another substitution code or two in there, just that the players have to figure out by constraint satisfaction. But overall, I'm happy to have played it, and I look forward to more games from you guys. And you should feel proud of yourself, and I hope you take my constructive criticism in the spirit it's intended. And Qwerty, who I talk on the Discord, I'm happy to talk to you more about it. Anyone who watches this later or who's just waking up from the nap while it's been playing in the background, you can add your comments and suggestions to the authors of this game below. And with that, I'll sign off, and I'll see you next time.